Chapter 3685. This? Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Ru Meng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yao and sneered. You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help? Help with what? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Ru Meng glanced at Ji Yao and chuckled. This girl's primordial een hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her. Cough. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Ru Meng was talking out of anger or something else. Ru Meng curled her lips and said, If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women. Have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more. As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. Why don't you and I do a demonstration first and let my sister watch from the side? Not only did she say this, but Ru Meng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yao also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk. I'll go outside and take a look. She fled in panic. Behind her came Ru Meng's charming laughter. After Ji Yao left, Ru Meng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yao's room. Isn't this like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting? Ru Meng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Ru Meng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Ru Meng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. When did you get together with her? Not long, not long. Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Ru Meng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing. Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. Originally, when Su Yan and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them. But now it seems, haha. Yang Kai was stunned. Su Yan and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yan? Ru Meng smiled and said, They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future. What kind of alliance do they want to form with you? Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Ru Meng laughed again and again. What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, Did you agree with them? Why would I agree with them? Ru Meng sneered. This queen does not need others to tell her what to do. That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them. Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Ru Meng smiled sweetly. I didn't agree at first, but now it seems. As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted, and he let out a strange cry. It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you? The strange cry alarmed Ji Yao in the outer tent. Ji Yao asked nervously, What's wrong? Ru Meng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, No, nothing. There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Ru Meng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, Stinky thing! Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Ji Yao looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight, he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Ji Yao looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy. She quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ji Yao's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him, distressed. "How could this be? What did she do to you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Rumeng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Rumeng's interference, he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao walked out of the tent. Su Yen was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yen frowned. "Did Rumeng come just now? You saw her?" Yang Kai blushed. Su Yen said, "Honored master said that she sensed Rumeng's aura. Why did she come?" She looked at Ji Yao worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Ji Yao sent them off. After returning to the GZ army's encampment, Su Yen returned to Tianfeng Town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Hyoji came to report that the GZ army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Hyoji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, "Master, Ling Shi's fan commander. Master XNU has made some food and is bringing it over." Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shan Qingluo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, "Tell her to come in." "Yes." The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shan Qingluo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed. "This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir." Yang Kai laughed. "There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, let me see what delicious food you made." Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yen. Then, he failed with Ji Yao. Then, he was caught in bed by Yu Rumeng. At this time, Shan Qingluo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shan Qingluo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock. "There's nothing." The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shan Qingluo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, "There is, but I don't know if it's to husband's taste." After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. Did your eldest sister send you to test me? Shanqing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai, indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, "If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act?" Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled, "I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone." Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood. "You want to eat alone?" Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly. "So what if I do?" Yang Kai was shocked. "How dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later." "That's my business." Shanqing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him. "I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, Luo can leave now." Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shanqing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent. "Let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste." Shanqing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Hyoji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that Luo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the 7 Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wu Yi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the 7 Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory's source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjia's words. Fu Renjia was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, The Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl, and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yan in the Western Territories GZ Army camp. Su Yan was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yan was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yan walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master." The subordinate didn't see anything. After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. Su Yan blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yan looked down at the round pearl in her hand and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan. So when Su Yan heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yan nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything." "Shut up!" Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yan's emperor chi calmed down and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "It's useless." She tried several times but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yan's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." "Yes." The patrol captain, Ru Meng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yan knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yan's tent. With the previous experience, Su Yan was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. Why is it like this again? Last time it was like this. He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, "Replying to master, This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you, one that concerns the survival of the star boundary. The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. Master, please instruct this lowly one. This lowly one will do his best until the day he dies. It's not that serious. Just stand still and don't resist. Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. Take him. Su Yan circulated her emperor chi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yan next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yan cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. Try taking a few more. Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yan was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor chi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. Try a few more and see where the limit is. Yang Kai led Su Yan through the camp, leaving behind a barren land wherever they went. Half an hour later, Hyoji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yan somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. Master, something has happened. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Hyoji said in a deep voice. This lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp. Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Hyoji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder. Master, why do you have such an expression? Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan and said, Master Fu, the commander of the Wu Yin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself. Oh, Su Yan nodded obediently. I'll continue with my work. Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Hyoji, communicating with the star territory source, and his figure quickly blurred. Hyoji frowned. Where is Master going? What about the intruder? Su Yan glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Hyoji. Hyoji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment, his face lit up with joy. Master succeeded. Su Yan nodded. This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army. Hyoji suddenly frowned. No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here? Su Yan nodded again. He told me to do it. Hyoji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army. Su Yan said. He called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation. One Realm Bead. Hyoji raised his eyebrows. Is this derived from the sealed world bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madame's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yan replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Hyoji's eyes flashed. Su Yan was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for first-order emperors, then what about second-order emperors? Third-order emperors? What about false emperors? Since the function of the one-realm bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the one-realm bead, Hyoji said, "Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the master later. As for the master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word." Su Yan heard this and said, "The master has instructed that when he's not around, Yaozhong army should act according to his discretion." Hyoji smiled. "Many thanks, madam." After the birth of the first one-realm bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yan had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Hyoji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the one-realm bead still spread quickly. The GZ Army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Hyoji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the one-realm bead in Hyoji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjie said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Hyoji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the one-realm bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjie. When Zishan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the one-realm bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ Army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the one-realm bead was in the hands of Hyoji. Although Hyoji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the one-realm bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the one-realm bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yan over to ask about the one-realm bead. Su Yan was at her wits' end after the Bingchen army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the realm bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wuyi ordered Hyoji to send the one realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Hyoji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wuyi wasn't. Hyoji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander, so he obediently sent the one realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Hyoji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the one realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more one realm beads. Therefore, even though the one realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Hyoji couldn't chase them away no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Hyoji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the one realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Hyoji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a one-realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1,000,000 people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, it would be enough as long as the One Realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first One Realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the One Realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Ru Meng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bei Liemo appeared at the same time. Looking at each other, Bei Liemo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You two also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Ru Meng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by Iron Blood and Serene Soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bei Liemo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death? Ru Meng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bei Liemo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram! As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bei Liemo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivator walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the Martial Beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side, with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Hyoji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Hyoji was in charge. After observing for a while, Hyoji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Hyoji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Hyoji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seem to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Hyoji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood. But with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the two realms. Great Emperors of Night Shadow. Hyoji exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world that could make the three great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the star boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow. Can ye? Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Rumeng. Wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Can Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Can Yi. After a shocking battle, Can Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered? Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time. Even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Can Ye's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Hyoji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Can Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the star boundary. Fortunately, the three great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Can Yi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Hyoji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the star boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1, how could Can Yi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Can Yi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Can Yi, but Can Yi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the Astral World army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Can Yi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The great emperor's Night Shadow, who had the Shadow Demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Ice Feather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Can Ye's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Are you a man or a woman? Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. Aren't you guys curious? Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity. Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Can Yi together. Can Yi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. Why are you here? Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Can Yi still didn't answer and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The 3 great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Kenye's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Gao Zhan's disciple replied. Using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that Heaven's Revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Iron Blood and Beast Warrior. The two secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying. As one of the great emperors, even if Kenye appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kenye once and for all. "Can you turn back?" Zhan Wuhen asked again, his face full of sincerity. "You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives?" Serene Soul also said, "If you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones." Beast Warrior said, "But you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman." Heh. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kenye, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. Seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kenye's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Hyoji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Su Yen and said, "Send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here." Su Yen replied, "I've already sent a message." Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kenye's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yen immediately contacted Yang Kai. "What did Master say?" Hyoji asked. Su Yen shook his head. "No response. Maybe he's busy." Hyoji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, "Everyone, quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant in case of any unexpected events." The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Hyoji, "Master, do you think they'll fight?" Hyoji said, "Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it?" After saying that, he shook his head. "However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation." On the other side, Kenye stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, "Duo!" His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhan Wuhen had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kenye's every move, and when Kenye spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kenye and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Iron Blood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Mo Huang's reaction was slower than Iron Blood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Iron Blood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Mo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Can Yi, the sky changed color. Serene Soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Can Yi's mind. Can Yi moved, and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Iron Blood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's Revelations was used before making their move. But Can Yi obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the 4 great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The 4 of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Can Yi was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Can Yi actually didn't move. Iron Blood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Can Yi's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhan Wu Hen's fist landed on Can Yi's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Can Yi's body and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Can Yi's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Can Yi's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhan Wu Hen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwave spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived. With the combined power of the 3 great emperors, even if Can Yi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Can Yi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Can Yi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Can Yi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Can Yi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the 3 great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the 2 worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard! What a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Can Yi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person. In this short instant, he already understood how Can Yi had broken the seal. Can Yi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the two worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the two worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Ken Yi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Ken Yi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the two worlds, Ken Yi would also be attacked by the two worlds and would have to pay a price. But now that Ken Yi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yao Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows and said, He's back." Within the black spot, Zhan Wu Hen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him, and he shouted, "He's here!" Chapter 3689. What? Mo Huang stared blankly at Zhan Wu Hen. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression turned cold as he looked at the black spot in front of him. A pair of huge palms suddenly stretched out from the black spot and grabbed both sides of the black spot. Then, with a push, the black spot suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, several figures of varying heights and sizes were lined up in a row. These figures had crossed over from another world, but they seemed to be strolling leisurely. When they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure of the Demon Saint suddenly swept out, causing the astral plane to tremble. In the east, the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy as the sun rose. The Demon Saint from the Demon Territory had all appeared. Mo Huang bared his teeth and finally understood what Zhan Wu Hen meant. The Demon Saint had crossed over. He also finally understood why Zhan Wu Hen's face was slightly pale when he rushed back. Presumably, he had already fought with the various Demon Saint in the darkness. However, there was one thing that Mo Huang couldn't understand. Why were the Demon Saint waiting on the other side of the passage between the two realms? Once Ken Yi opened the passage, they appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that even if Ken Yi was in the astral plane, he could still contact the Demon Saint from the Demon Territory? Otherwise, how could they work together so seamlessly? There was no time to think about it, as it was useless anyway. The passage between the two realms had already opened, and the Demon Saint had already arrived. There was only battle. Looking over, Mo Huang saw no less than 10 figures. Yang Kai had already reported all the information from the Demon Territory, so Mo Huang could distinguish who these 10 figures were at a glance. Power Demon Huang Wuji, Blood Demon Shueli, Flame Demon Qi Yan, Feather Demon Fuyu, Stone Demon Mo Kan, Bone Demon Gumeng, Sand Demon Yu Qiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Qi, and Red Demon Hua Bu. Each and every one of them represented the pinnacle of the Devil Territory. Especially the Devil Desolate Limitless. His tyrannical aura overflowed to the heavens, causing Mo Huang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. According to Yang Kai, this guy was the strongest in the Demon Territory. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really lived up to his reputation. Compared to the other Demon Saint, Endless Wilds gave him the most pressure. Huang Wuji's face was expressionless. His eyes looked left and right like a hawk looking at a wolf. Beside him, Shueli grinned maliciously. The two balls of ghost fire in Gomeng's eyes flared. When no flower appeared, his figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. In front of him, Ken Yi gradually appeared. No flower urged on his demon essence, enveloping him and bringing him back to his camp. Swish, 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 Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bai Liemo rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Huang and the others. Ripples appeared in the air as more people appeared. There were 4 of them. One was a dignified and beautiful woman. One was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. One had an incomparably strange aura, and one was an old man with white hair and beard. Hua Ying, Bing Yu, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill all appeared. 10 against 10, there wasn't any difference in numbers. Each of them was at the pinnacle of strength, the peak of martial arts. Although they hadn't really fought, The silent collision of their auras was enough to turn the universe upside down and shatter the four poles. The originally huge black hole suddenly expanded several times, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. With the demon saint and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to involuntarily gasp for breath. Endless Wilds coldly swept his gaze over the great emperors, revealing a look of disdain. His gaze only paused for a moment on the iron-blood great emperor. Just now, Zhang Wuhen had rushed into the demon territory, fought with the demon saint, and escaped unscathed. Endless Wilds also felt that he was difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to Yu Rumeng and Bei Liemo, he coldly snorted, "Traitors!" Yu Rumeng ignored him, while Bei Liemo cried out, "Eldest Wilds, I was forced. I didn't want to do this." Endless Wilds coldly snorted, "Get over here now and I'll spare your life." Bei Liemo's eyes lit up. Really? Her words moved, but there was no trust in her eyes. After speaking, she sighed faintly. "But this little sister is currently under someone else's control. If I go over, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death. Eldest Wilds, why don't you help me kill someone? This little sister will turn over a new leaf." "Who?" Endless Wilds snorted. "Is that stinking brat Yang Kai?" Bei Liemo didn't hide anything. "That bastard planted a soul brand in my knowledge sea. I have no choice but to obey him." Endless Wilds narrowed his eyes. "Do you even believe your own words?" "But that's the truth." Bei Liemo's eyes flashed innocently. "Scram!" Endless Wilds angrily pointed a finger at Bei Liemo. "Slut! You'll be the first to die." Bei Liemo's face paled as tears streamed down her face. "No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. Eldest Wilds, you're forcing this little sister to walk down a dark path." Turning to look at Yu Rumeng, she asked, "Why don't you help me talk to Eldest Wilds?" "Don't give me that." Yu Rumeng was too lazy to pay attention to her. What's with all this nonsense? She wasn't worried that Bei Liemo would return to the demon race's camp. Not to mention the fact that Bei Liemo was now under Yang Kai's control. Her previous actions had already caused her to lose her foothold in the demon race. Bei Liemo wasn't a fool. How could she really believe Endless Wilds' words? If she really went over, even if she wasn't beaten to death, she would have her cultivation sealed. After a few words, they didn't agree. Endless Wilds no longer paid attention to these traitors, and instead turned to the 7 great emperors of Star Boundary, grinning fiercely. "I've heard so much about all of you." Iron Blood gently nodded. "Likewise. Do you want to fight or surrender?" Endless Wilds asked again. Iron Blood smiled faintly. "Are you so confident?" Endless Wilds slowly shook his head. "You don't have a chance. Star Boundary is already in the hands of my demon race. If you surrender, you may still have a chance to live, but if you fight, you will die without a doubt." Iron Blood lightly said, "Since that's the case, why waste your time talking nonsense? If you really have the ability, go ahead and kill us. As long as you can kill us, Star Boundary's beautiful world will naturally be yours." Endless Wilds snorted. "Short-sighted and stubborn." Iron Blood smiled. "Born here, raised here. It is my duty to kill the enemy. Then there's nothing more to say." Endless Wilds didn't say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints' demonic chi suddenly surged and they all attacked together. In an instant, demonic chi filled the world and the destructive power of the divine technique bombarded the great emperors. The great emperors naturally reacted quickly, led by Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen. Their emperor chi madly surged and their principles surged as they used the divine technique to meet the oncoming attack. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored lights bloomed and shockwaves spread out, shattering the void and shattering the sky wherever they passed. Star Boundary's 55 legions were instantly thrown into disarray, but fortunately, all of them had been practicing their battle formations during this period of time and were prepared for this, so they cooperated to resist this attack and didn't suffer too many losses. As the streams of light shot out, figures shot out from the battlefield one after another. They split up in different directions and flew into the distance. Zhang Wuhen and the others were stunned. They never expected these demon saints to be all bark and no bite. After a feint, they actually scattered. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to stay here for long and were instead going deep into the star boundary. The great emperor's expressions turned cold, and when they exchanged glances, there was no need for words. Yu Ruming and the other 2 demon saints split into 10 different directions and chased after a demon saint. If Endless Wilds and the others really stayed here to fight the great emperors, Zhan Wuhen wouldn't have been afraid of them. It could even be said that the star boundary side had at least a 70% chance of winning. After all, this was the star boundary, and the great emperors were all recognized by the world. With the world's will supporting them, it was better to fight in their homeland than the demon saint coming from afar. Who would have thought that the 10 demon saint wouldn't give them this opportunity and seemed to have other plans? No matter what Endless Wilds and the others were planning, the great emperors wouldn't allow it. And to deal with the demon saint, only the great emperors could take action personally. The others simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battlefield had been emptied, leaving the 55 armies of the star boundary looking at each other in confusion. Open the array. At some point, Li Wuyi had appeared on the battlefield and was staring at the huge black hole between the heavens and earth with a solemn expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the world. The 7 Mist Seas flag was raised, and the 55 legions of Star Boundary seemed to have awoken from a dream. The 20 or so legions in charge of setting up the array gathered under the command of their respective legion commanders and generals and activated the array. Time was short, and no one had expected such an unforeseen event like today's. The Star Boundary's plan was to wait until the array was completely adjusted, then have Yang Kai open the passage between the 2 realms and lure the demon race to gather and kill them, gradually wearing down the strength of the demon race. Then, they would wait for an opportunity to counterattack the demon race's territory and devour the continent within their territory, finally ending the war between the 2 realms. Who would have thought that Ken Yi would suddenly appear today and use himself as a bridge to connect the 2 realms and forcibly open the passage between the 2 realms? The plan was completely disrupted. Fortunately, although the array hadn't been precisely adjusted, it could still operate, and the situation wasn't too bad. The 10 demon saint had already left, but the huge black hole was still there. Even if he couldn't see the other end of the black hole, Li Wuyi could guess that the demon race on the other side must have gathered their armies and were preparing to counterattack. Tens of millions of people flowed on the battlefield, and the various legions were faintly connected, gradually showing signs of becoming a whole. Moreover, as they ran, this sign became more and more obvious. In just a short time, with the black hole as the center, the Star Boundary's army had surrounded the area within a radius of 100 li. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Unknowingly, the roar of a dragon resounded. The Star Boundary's armies were connected head to tail, seamlessly forming a gap. Looking from high up in the sky, it looked like a huge dragon was crawling on the ground, circling its huge body and wrapping the huge black hole in the center. The coiling dragon array was formed. At the dragon's head, Li Wuyi personally led the Jiazi army under his command. Tens of millions of troops gathered in one body. A light breeze blew over, and Li Wuyi's clothes fluttered. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Rustling sounds came from the black hole, and at first glance, it sounded like a swarm of locusts. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth from the east, a figure seemed to fly out from the black hole, rushing out of the black hole and standing in the void. Chapter 3690. With dense demonic chi and surging demonic chi, the demon race had crossed the boundary and arrived. It wasn't just one. After the first demon race appeared, a dense swarm of demon race rushed out from the black hole. Looking from afar, the huge black hole was like a dam that had been breached, and thousands of demon race were pouring out at every moment. The originally quiet battlefield was suddenly filled with clamor. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, the astral cultivators in the array had solemn expressions, and many of them even quietly swallowed their saliva. 55 armies from the astral boundary had gathered here, and almost all of their forces were concentrated here. It could be said that they were formidable, but the enemy was not a soft persimmon that could be killed casually. They were hungry wolves that would devour people without spitting out the bones from another world. How many demon race would rush over? No one knew, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of demon race troops had gathered in front of the black hole. And this was just the beginning. The demon race troops were scattered, unlike the regimented armies of the astral boundary. In comparison, the demon race troops that had appeared were like an army that didn't know the rules. There were even some demon race soldiers who were laughing wildly, and there were even some who were pointing around with ferocious expressions. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the demon race troops that had gathered in front of the black hole seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, revealing a passage in the middle. From the passage, a tall and burly demon race slowly appeared. The demon race was riding a fierce demonic beast that was covered in flames, and it carried a 10-meter-long heavy spear on its shoulder. It looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, giving off a strong visual impact. Riding the demonic beast to stand in front of the army, the demon race looked around and finally fixed its gaze on Li Wui. With a grin, it held the 10-meter-long heavy spear in one hand and gently pointed it forward. As its demonic chi surged, it shouted, "Kill!" Without wasting any time, the demon race troops followed the appearance of the half-saint and charged forward to kill the enemy. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Ancient incantations rang out, and a peculiar melody sounded. Rays of light flickered from various parts of the coiling dragon array. The great wizard accompanying the army had already blessed their companions with ancient wizard spells. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, and a deep blue light enveloped the entire coiling dragon array. The life force of everyone inside the array was closely connected. Unless one suffered a fatal injury, such as having one's head chopped off, one would not die immediately no matter how serious the injury one suffered was. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. The first to fight was the half-saint of demon race with the 10-meter-long heavy spear and Li Wui. Li Wui, who was at the head of the dragon, was too conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice him, so the first half-saint from the demon race territory directly went for him. The 10-meter-long heavy spear contained a destructive power. A fist-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, aiming for Li Wui's chest. Before the spear arrived, the fierce momentum of the spear made the cultivator behind Li Wui turn pale. Their bodies turned cold. They asked themselves, if they were to be stabbed by such a spear, would they still have an intact corpse? In the face of such a spear, Li Wui simply stretched out his palm towards the half-saint of demon race. Compared with the monstrous momentum of the half-saint of demon race, Li Wui appeared even more elegant. The palm and the heavy spear did not collide, but after a series of crackling sounds, the black sphere at the tip of the heavy spear was quickly annihilated. The half-saint of demon race also seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and his mount involuntarily let out a mournful cry as it was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. The half-saint of demon race, who had come aggressively and wanted to win, showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Another mournful cry sounded as his mount collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and its vitality was quickly fading. It seemed that it would not survive. On the surface, there was no injury, but its internal organs had been torn to pieces by the Space Force. Even for a demon beast with tenacious vitality, it was unable to withstand such a severe injury. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk blood splattered everywhere. Arrows of blood shot out from the surface of the demon quasi-holy's body and dyed him red in an instant. The passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, and the half-saint of demon race confronted the human race's false emperor head-on. In just a single exchange, the half-saint was defeated. The half-saint of demon race was still in disbelief as he looked down at his mount. Although this mount was not as strong as he was, it was by no means an ordinary demon race. It had the bloodline of an ancient descendant. If not for this, how could he have ridden it to battle? But now, the first enemy he encountered in the star boundary had killed his mount in a single move and injured him. The half-saint had underestimated the enemy. Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race, looked at Li Wui from head to toe and suddenly realized. He had long heard that there was an extremely powerful false emperor in the star boundary, known as the strongest under the great emperors. He had never had the chance to meet him before, so he did not pay much attention to him, but now he knew that the rumors were true. With such strength, there was no half-saint in the demon territory that could compare to him. Li Wui, however, was not interested in knowing his name. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill!" To him, any demon that dared to invade the star boundary was a mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, he would just kill them. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qi surged, and space principles lingered around Li Wui's body as he rushed towards the half-saint of demon race. When Li Wui moved, the Jiazi army moved, the Jiazi army moved, and the coiling dragon great array moved. Looking down from the sky, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers were like moths to a flame. Before they could get close, they were drowned by the overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. On the battlefield, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. The several 100,000 demon race soldiers were not a small number, but in front of the coiling dragon great array, they were just an appetizer. In just an hour, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers who rushed out first had suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful demon race soldiers, the rest of the soldiers had long been buried in other places. In front of Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race was struggling to hold on. Without help, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. But the situation was not optimistic because from the black hole, there was a steady stream of demon race soldiers rushing out, and more demon race soldiers joining the battlefield at every moment. With the black hole as the center, in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, more than 20 legions formed a giant dragon, circled around it. Wherever the giant dragon encircled, there were so many devils that it was impossible to kill them all. In this desolate western territory, in front of the passage between the two worlds, a desperate battle was waged between the two races. Every moment there was a human or demon race soldier falling. On this merciless battlefield, the flames of life were as fragile as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, dying and withering. In comparison, the demon race suffered much more casualties. After all, this was the astral boundary, and the astral boundary army had long been prepared. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient wizard technique, the bloodlust technique allowed the astral boundary cultivator to become more bloodthirsty and excited, and the chains of life connected the vitality of everyone in the coiling dragon great array. At first glance, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. Often, hundreds of demon race soldiers would die, but not a single human would die. In the sky and on the ground, the light of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Under the dazzling light, there was a merciless slaughter. But as time passed, more and more demon race soldiers came out of the black hole. The Demon King and half-saint demon race soldiers gathered around the black hole, organized a charge, and brought casualties to the astral boundary army. Half a day later, the number of demon race soldiers that crossed over from the demon territory had reached tens of millions. Although the coiling dragon great array was strong, it also had its limits. With so many demon race soldiers, it could no longer encircle them. The demon race that Li Wui fought against had long disappeared. It was not killed, but rescued by another half-saint of demon race. Li Wui secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had been given an incense stick's worth of time, he had full confidence that he could have killed the half-saint of demon race. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to feel regret. He was the astral boundary army's commander, commanding the various armies of the astral boundary. He could dominate the entire battlefield and could not leave his post to chase down a strong enemy. The battle between the two realms was not about the life and death of a half-saint of demon race, so he could only watch as the half-saint escaped. At this moment, seeing the demon race's ferocious offensive and the coiling dragon great array showing signs of collapse, he immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him. In the next moment, the 7 Miss Sea flag was raised high, and under the control of the Jiazi army's flag commander, it swayed rhythmically a few times. The Binghai Army's army commander killed a demon king in the middle and north of the Great Array with a single slash of his blade. When he raised his head and saw the 7 missed sea flag, he immediately issued an order, "Change formation." The Binghai army moved in response and changed their formation in an orderly manner. Not long after, a faintly discernible gap appeared in the coiling dragon Great Array. The demon race had no lack of experienced demon king soldiers. Immediately, a large army of demon kings gathered and charged over. The two armies clashed. Men and horses were thrown off their feet, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The Binghai army seemed to be no match for the enemy, but they managed to hold on for a while, allowing the demon race army to leave through the gap. When the time was about right, the Binghai army commander shouted again, "Close!" The faintly discernible gap was immediately sealed up. The demon race army that charged out was about 200,000 people. All of them were dripping with blood, and their demonic chi was overflowing. Their killing intent was boiling. Under the leadership of the demon kings, they originally wanted to make a counterattack and attack the Binghai army from the inside and outside to break the coiling dragon Great Array. However, when they raised their heads, they saw a large army gathering in front of them with flags fluttering in the wind. The leader was a middle-aged man. He smiled happily as he looked at the group of demon kings and said indifferently, "The Jiawu army has been waiting for a long time. Rumble, chi chi chi." When the Jiawu army commander waved his hand, the army charged forward. The sky and the ground were densely packed with people, and the momentum was astonishing. The demon race soldiers that had just charged out of the coiling dragon Great Array were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had fallen into a trap. They originally wanted to attack the enemy from the inside and outside, but who knew that they would be surrounded by the enemy from the inside and outside? Behind them was the coiling dragon Great Array. Not to mention whether they could charge back. Even if they did, they would not have any good results. With this thought, the demon kings raised their hands and waved them down. The demon race army also charged forward. The distance between the two armies rapidly shortened. Looking from afar, it was like two meteorites that were moving at high speed colliding with each other. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 3691. The giant dragon coiled and turned into a giant meat grinder. Inside the great formation, blood rain and broken corpses flew everywhere. Gaps were inadvertently opened one after another. The demon race's army was released from the great formation one after another and handed over to the legions in the rear to deal with. Of the 55 armies of the Star Realm, only half of them were in charge of the coiling dragon great formation. What were the other half doing? Of course, they were surrounding the coiling dragon great formation and waiting for the enemy to charge out before attacking. This was the 7 Mist Seas plan. The pressure on the coiling dragon great formation was greatly reduced as the demon race's army of various sizes escaped from the coiling dragon great formation. The giant dragon, which was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. The giant dragon and the many legions guarding outside slaughtered the invading demon race in an extremely efficient and safe manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the Star Realm's army and the enemy from the demon territory had truly clashed head-on in a large scale. 20 years ago, when the passage between the two worlds opened for the first time, everyone in the Star Realm was caught off guard and invaded their territory. The great sects and cultivators in the Western Territory were defeated and lost large amounts of territory. Although the Star Realm quickly put up an effective resistance, they were unable to withstand the high morale of the demon race and were forced to retreat. At the most critical moment, the entire Western Territory was almost completely lost. The Star Realm's army retreated all the way to the border between the Western and Southern Territories. If it wasn't for the importance of the Battle of Eternal Heaven and the demon saint summoning all the half-saint back to the demon race, the Star Realm would have had no chance to catch a breather. Later on, Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, leaving the remaining demon race in the Star Realm isolated and helpless. Only then were they gradually eaten away. After more than 20 years, the passage between the two worlds opened once again. The demon race's army swarmed in. Although the astral realm was not fully prepared, it was not the first time that they were so defenseless. 55 legions gathered here, pressuring more than half of the astral realm's forces to collide and clash with the invading forces of another universe. The demon race had suffered heavy casualties, and the demon race had suffered a great loss. Although there was still an endless stream of demon race members charging out of the black hole to replenish their lost forces, it could not hide the truth of the demon race's decline. Under the double blessing of the life chains and the bloodlust technique, every cultivator was able to display more power than usual. The giant dragons constantly circled around the passage between the two worlds, and every time they circled, countless demon race cultivators would be ground to dust. Whenever Li Wui discovered that the Great Formation had exceeded its capacity, he would order his personal guards to wave the flag and open up a gap to reduce the pressure. At this moment, the various legions of the star boundary were closely linked together as a whole, and they were methodically slaughtering the alien races surrounded by the demonic chi. The situation was very good. If the battle continued like this, no matter how many demon race cultivators came from the passage between the two worlds, they would all be wiped out in the end. In the Great Formation, every cultivator's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and there was a different kind of excitement in their expressions. Li Wui, on the other hand, was faintly feeling uneasy. The demon race were not fools. How could they still be so fearless despite knowing that the situation was not good? Although they were brave and fearless, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. What's more, this time it was the demon territory that took the initiative to open the passage between the two worlds. 10 demon saints had come to the astral realm, so there was bound to be a conspiracy. However, Li Wui could not figure out what the demon saint was plotting. The conspiracy of the demon saint could only be stopped by the great emperors. On this battlefield, he could only lead the legions to kill as many enemies as possible and eliminate as many demon races as possible. Only then could he lay a solid foundation for victory in the war between the two worlds. Shaking his head and casting aside the distracting thoughts, Li Wui's heart was as calm as still water. He was in the Great Formation, overseeing the overall situation. Southeast of the passage between the two worlds, where the GZ army was defending, the army of 300,000 was at its peak. Their morale was high, and they were rubbing their fists and waiting solemnly. Hyoji was in the middle of the army. Scouts from Eagletown constantly reported the situation on the front lines, allowing him to understand the situation on the other side as soon as possible. After learning that the astral realm held the absolute advantage, Hyoji could not help but feel a little surprised while overjoyed. Unlike Yang Kai, who had not participated in the previous war between the two worlds, Hyoji had fought the demon race for several years. He knew how difficult and vicious the demon race was. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, but he did not expect his side to have the absolute advantage. Just like Li Wui's uneasiness, Hyoji also smelled the scent of a conspiracy. However, if Li Wui could not see anything suspicious, how could Hyoji think of anything? Just as he was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "Master, Fire Bulltown's commander, Shilei requests an audience." In the army, military rules were strict, especially now that Yang Kai was not here and Hyoji was in charge of the GZ army. This was a war between the two worlds. If Shilei wanted to see him, he would have to be reported. If Yang Kai was here, Shilei would have come directly. There would not be so much trouble. Hyoji frowned when he heard this. He did not know why Shilei had come here instead of overseeing his own Fire Bulltown. He was also afraid that Shilei had something urgent to report, so he nodded and said, "Let him come." The bodyguard nodded and retreated. Not long after, Shilei walked in and cupped his fists. "Greetings, master." Hyoji nodded. "What's the matter?" Shilei smacked his lips and smiled. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, it's like this. I heard from the little ones that the other armies have gone crazy from the slaughter. I just wanted to ask when we should go into battle. It's not good to keep waiting here." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists solemnly. "The GZ Army's first battle. My Fire Bulltown is willing to be the vanguard. We will definitely show the might of the GZ Army." Hyoji glanced at him in annoyance. It's your turn to go into battle. What's the rush? The various commanders did not know about the 7 Mist Seas arrangements. They only saw the demon race gathering in the coiling dragon formation from afar. There were also other armies fighting the demon race nearby. However, the GZ army was biding their time, so they could not help but feel anxious. If it was an ordinary army, it would be fine. However, although the GZ army had just been formed, it was already recognized as the #1 army in the star boundary. If they did not make any contributions in this first battle, no one would be able to show their face. Shi Lei understood. Since the demon race was not coming, then they would just kill their way over. They had to lead their men and cut off a few heads of the demon king. Otherwise, how could they live up to their daily training? Seeing that Hyoji did not allow it, Shi Lei was unhappy. He muttered softly, "If the master was here, he would definitely lead us to charge and kill the enemy. Why would he stay here like an idiot?" "What did you say?" Hyoji glared at him. Shi Lei hurriedly waved his hands. "No, nothing. Haha. This humble one will take his leave." Although Hyoji's strength was lower than his, he had single-handedly raised the GZ army. He also had prestige in the army. In the face of a great enemy, Shi Lei did not dare to talk back to him. His muttering just now was just a casual complaint. He did not mean any harm. Seeing that Hyoji was angry, he quickly slipped away. "Bastard!" Hyoji shouted angrily at Shi Lei's back. He turned around and said to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, "Keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave his post without permission again, chop off his head." Yang Xiao obediently said, "Yes." He knew that these were just words of anger. Every member of the GZ army was a treasure in the Emperor realm. How could Hyoji bear to kill them? After interacting with Hyoji for a long time, everyone knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not have any of the arrogance of the son of the great emperors. Yang Shui held back her laughter and said, "Master, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for Master Shi Lei to be eager to contribute. There will be a time when our GZ army will kill the enemy." She was extremely intelligent. How could she not see that Hyoji was as calm as a mountain on the surface? Actually, he was quite anxious. This was the first battle of the second opening of the passageway between the two worlds. With the reputation of the GZ army, it was natural for them to show off their might. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late and could not participate in the deployment of the coiling dragon formation. They could only wait outside the formation for an opportunity. But after waiting for a long time, the other armies were already engaged in fierce battles with the demon race. However, the GZ army did not see a single demon race charge out from the direction they were guarding. It was truly as lonely as snow. If they waited any longer, would there be any demon race to kill? Shi Lei was eager to contribute, and so was Hyoji. Yang Shui's words seemed to be exculpating Shi Lei, but in reality, she was also secretly advising Hyoji. As they spoke, Hyoji's expression suddenly brightened. He stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, the body of the coiling dragon was facing the GZ army. An opening was faintly discernible in the formation. From that opening, an overwhelming number of demon race swarmed out. Hyoji raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared on his tense face. More and more demon race swarmed out of the formation. The one at the forefront was a powerful demon king. Just like the demon race that had escaped from the formation earlier, this demon king originally thought that he would be able to make a comeback after escaping. Who knew that when he looked up, he would see the GZ army blocking his path. 300,000 pairs of eyes were glaring at him. The demon king was not afraid of anything, but when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, why are these humans so excited? Report. A scout from Eagletown flew over and knelt down in front of Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "The GZ army has sent a message. There will be 600,000 demon race charging forward. The chief military master has ordered the GZ army to meet the enemy head-on." Hyoji chuckled. 600,000. Haha, good. The chief military master has picked up a juicy piece of meat for us. Although the GZ army only had 300,000 people, Hyoji was not afraid in the face of an enemy that was nearly twice his size. In fact, he was even a little excited. His figure was straight, and his expression was solemn. He said in a sonorous voice, "Pass down my orders. Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon Towns will be the vanguard. Angry Dragon and Heavenly Fox will flank from the left and right. Falling Flowers and Spirit Snake will provide support in the middle. Heavenly Phoenix Hall will be at the rear. All troops will attack. Attack. Wipe. Out." The command flag was waved, and the war drums shook the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the GZ army moved out. Apart from the 30,000 people in the middle and the several thousand scouts from Eagle Town, the other 8 towns were all mobilized. For a moment, their momentum was unstoppable. The GZ army had been practicing ever since they came to this battlefield. Although this was the first battle, the army moved in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of panic. The various towns also carried out Hyoji's orders strictly. They majestically charged toward the demon race that had just charged out of the coiling dragon formation. Although the demon race had 600,000 soldiers, they had already expended a lot of energy in the fierce battle within the coiling dragon formation. They did not have time to recover after charging out of the formation, and they were like scattered sand. Now that they saw the GZ army charging toward them, the Demon King in the lead was actually a little stunned. For a moment, they were unable to react. Chapter 3692. The GZ army didn't care about the reaction of the demon race. The 300,000 soldiers had been biding their time, but when they saw their allies killing demons on both sides, they were impatient. Now that a piece of meat had been delivered to their mouths, how could they not eat it? Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon's vanguard, a total of 80,000 soldiers under the leadership of Xie Wuwei, Shi Lei, and Zhu Qing, charged forward aggressively. The 3 commanders took the lead and charged at the very front, followed closely by the rest of the army. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers flanked the left and right, while Spirit Snake and Angry Dragon provided support in the middle, and Heavenly Phoenix brought up the rear. The 600,000 demon race that had broken out from the coiling dragon formation were stunned. The Demon King reacted quickly and quickly gathered his tribesmen and reorganized his army. When they saw the coiling dragon formation behind them and the Astral Realm army in front of them, they made a prompt decision and charged head-on towards the GZ army. They had tasted the might of the coiling dragon formation before. It was definitely not something 600,000 soldiers could shake. Although the Astral Realm army in front of them had an impressive aura, they still had fewer people. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win. There was nothing fancy about the charging of an army. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. Before the 2 sides could get close to each other, the might of the secret treasures of each camp was released and blasted towards the opposing army. The multicolored light caused the rising sun to pale in comparison. The might of the secret treasures and secret treasures fell. In an instant, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the GZ army's side, the wizard accompanying the army chanted a complicated wizard incantation. When the light flickered, a dark red light appeared on everyone's body, and a layer of dark blue light connected everyone together. Although the secret techniques of the demon race's army were powerful, with the support of the life chains, the GZ army soldiers would have a strong supply of life force no matter how serious their injuries were. They wouldn't die immediately. Furthermore, the army had formation masters accompanying them. The formation plates activated one after another, turning into layers of protection to protect the safety of the soldiers. In the first round of long-range combat, the demon race suffered over 10,000 casualties while the GZ army suffered less than 100 casualties. Without stopping, the second round of fierce attacks was launched from the various camps. Charging without stopping, attacking without stopping, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Looking down from the sky, the 2 armies were like 2 giant ancient beasts, fiercely charging at each other. After 3 rounds of long-range attacks, the 2 armies clashed amidst the quaking earth. As the dragon's roar shook the sky, the two fiery red dragons revealed their true forms. One was more than 300 feet long, and the other was more than 500 feet long. The dragons might swept out in all directions, and the demon race at the front were all stunned by the dragon's might. That moment of hesitation cost countless lives. The GZ army's vanguard, the divine dragon, the poisonous scorpion, and the fire bull towns were like three sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into the demon race's camp. Wherever the soldiers of the three towns passed, the demon race's soldiers were thrown off their feet, and rivers of blood flowed. A demon king at the very front dodged a divine technique, but when he heard the densely packed screams of his clansmen behind him, he was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that the enemy's numbers weren't high, and that victory was already in his grasp. However, when he came into contact with the enemy, he discovered that this astral army wasn't something that an ordinary demon race could withstand. There was no other reason other than the fact that there were simply too many experts among them. His mind was in a daze, and he only felt an enormous force slamming into his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank, and his head was smashed into pieces. His headless corpse swayed a few times before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shilei waved his hand and cursed. His eyes bloomed with a crimson light, and his demonic chi rolled around him. He didn't even look at the dead demon king as he charged unstoppably into the demon race's army. Wherever he passed, the enemy soldiers were slaughtered like vegetables. In the sky, the siblings Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai transformed into their true forms. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and spat out billowing flames towards the demon race's densest areas. How powerful was the fire dragon's breath! Even an ordinary demon king wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if they were hit by it. How many demon kings could there be among the 600,000 demon race's army? An ordinary demon race would immediately be burned to ashes if they were hit by the dragon's breath. After a few dragon's breaths, the demon race's army was emptied out. The GZ army's army was like a hot knife through butter. Although the demon race's army was nearly twice the size of the GZ army's army, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back against such a group of wolves and tigers. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, the army formation that they had painstakingly gathered was scattered, and hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers were thrown into chaos. Fire bull, poison scorpion, and divine dragon towns weaved in and out of the demon race's army, plowing through the entire battlefield over and over again. Unable to face their enemies head-on, the demon race fled in panic. However, the Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers towns flanked them from both sides, cutting off their path of retreat. Behind them was the great coiling dragon formation. For the demon race's army, there was simply no way out. Victory and defeat had been decided. In the first battle, the GZ army's army faced an enemy twice their size. They were practically crushing the demon race's army in a crushing manner. They had truly displayed their might. However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat were never the only thing that mattered. The 600,000 demon race soldiers were isolated and without any reinforcements. Hyoji had even given the order to wipe out these 600,000 demon race soldiers. Therefore, as long as a single demon race soldier was still standing, the GZ army's slaughter would never stop. In their excitement, the monster kings from the savage wilderness ancient lands all transformed into their true forms. Their demonic chi wreaked havoc as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their sharp claws were stained with blood, and their secret treasures bloomed like red flowers. They charged and killed as they went. When they reached the end, they turned back and charged and killed again. Not to mention the normal demon race soldiers, even the demon kings were filled with fear at this moment. They couldn't unleash their full strength in the face of the GZ army's might. Many demon kings didn't even have time to unleash their full strength before they were killed on the spot by the monster kings and the Emperor Realm's army. Eagle Town scouts kept reporting the situation on the battlefield. Hyoji, who was in the middle of the army, smiled. There was nothing more exciting than hearing the news of the first great victory. Yang Kai didn't do anything and entrusted the GZ army to him. He had spent more than 10 years building this army and expended an unimaginable amount of energy and effort. Now that he heard these battle reports, he instantly felt that his hard work over the past 10 years was worth it. The GZ army didn't let down its reputation as the #1 army in the astral realm. The only fly in the ointment was, Yang Kai wasn't here. At the end of the day, the GZ army was Yang Kai's. Hyoji also wanted to share the joy in his heart with others. However, as the commander of the army, he had his own dignity. He couldn't possibly share the joy in his heart with Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Hyoji narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Has the master replied?" Yang Xiao hurriedly replied, "Not yet." Hyoji's mouth twitched as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was the commander of the GZ army. It was fine if he didn't show up normally, but he actually didn't show up in the first battle of the GZ army. This was really too much. With 300,000 soldiers fighting bravely, it felt like something was missing without a commander. He secretly decided that when he saw Yang Kai later, he would give him a good scolding. If Yang Kai couldn't be the commander, Hyoji was more than happy to do it for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his skin as a great crisis enveloped him. An aura of death enveloped him. Hyoji was shocked. In that instant, he felt a faint murderous intent lock onto him. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and possessed great strength, he didn't sense the danger until the murderous intent was released. What's more, he was in the middle of the army surrounded by soldiers. The enemy was actually able to silently sneak up on him and assassinate him. It was obvious how strong this enemy was. I'm definitely not his opponent. Hyoji instantly understood the gap between himself and the enemy. At this critical moment of life and death, Hyoji's mind was surprisingly calm. A faintly discernible shadow strangely appeared behind Hyoji and stabbed a dagger towards his back. Before the dagger even reached him, a chill had already spread throughout his body. Hyoji didn't panic. As he pushed his Emperor Qi, a transparent shield appeared behind him. This shield glowed brilliantly as it revolved around his body. At a glance, it was obvious that this was no ordinary object. As the son of the great emperors, how could Hyoji not have some life-saving treasures on him? It could even be said that Hyoji had several things on him that were similar to the seal of the great emperor's divine technique, the army commander's seal. It was the biggest mistake for the assassin to choose him to assassinate. However, the enemy couldn't be blamed for this. The GZ army was in the limelight, and Hyoji was far too conspicuous with his position in the rear. It was obvious that he was an important figure. How could killing 10,000 random soldiers compare to killing a single commander? Silently, the dagger and shield collided. The dazzling light suddenly dimmed as the shield shattered. The dagger's momentum was reduced and it continued to stab forward. This momentary delay was enough for Hyoji to escape from the gates of hell. His figure flew forward, avoiding the fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the dagger was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. The dagger was grasped in the hand of a blurry figure, making it impossible to see the appearance of the attacker. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Hyoji's back, a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped down on the blurry figure's head. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had long since anticipated this assassination attempt. The wind from the palm whistled as demonic energy surged. When the palm slapped down, the sky changed color. A muffled groan rang out, and the entire world fell silent. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had been standing guard behind Hyoji, finally regained their senses. Yang Xiao's expression changed, and he hurriedly pounced on Hyoji. Faint traces of the law of time lingered around him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Yang Shui drew her sword and used her divine sense to investigate the enemy. He ran. The old Qiong frowned and coldly snorted. He's quite slippery. The one who had intervened at the critical moment was naturally the Qiongqi. As an ancient vicious beast, the old Qiong was extremely powerful. In this world, among the sacred spirits, The only ones who could suppress him were the two elders of the dragon race on Dragon Island. However, no matter how powerful he was not part of the GZ army. The reason he was guarding this place was mainly to protect the two young masters, Yang Shao and Yang Shui. He had concealed his presence and was hiding nearby. Even the assassin who had come to ambush him did not notice him. Caught off guard, the assassin was counterattacked. Not only did he fail to kill Hyoji, but he also suffered a loss. As he spoke, Chongqi lowered his head to look at the ground. On the ground, specks of blood bloomed like plum blossoms. Chapter 3693. The assassin who came to sneak attack immediately retreated after failing to hit. He was quite proficient in the art of assassination. However, even though the assassin ran away, he was still injured by Chongqi. The bloodstains on the ground were the best proof. At this moment, Eagle Town's commander Jining rushed over from the distance with an anxious expression. When he got close, he cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Master, Army Commander, Li has sent news that several half-saint of demon race have disappeared from the battlefield." The army commander asked the master to. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked down at the blood sacrifice on the ground, then looked at Hyoji, Yang Shao, Yang Shui, and the others' expressions. He suddenly said, "They're already here?" Hyoji nodded. "It's all thanks to Senior Chongqi's help." Chongqi didn't take the credit and just waved his hand. He returned to the group of personal guards and stood still. Besides his fierce appearance, there was nothing special about him. Hyoji looked up at Eagle Flying and said, "Did the army commander master say that several half-saint have disappeared?" 5 all shadow demon. Hyoji sneered. "I knew it would be like this." Apart from the shadow demon, there was no other race in the demon race that could silently sneak up on him and only alert him when he was in trouble. The shadow demon was already difficult to deal with, let alone a half-saint. This time, if it wasn't for Chongqi guarding him, Hyoji would have definitely suffered a loss. He wouldn't be killed as he still had several life-saving treasures on him. It would be unavoidable for him to be covered in dirt. While the two were talking, they suddenly saw a huge figure appear a few thousand li away. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. It was like a giant, but its figure was fleeting and not solid. Looking at the figure, it was impressively the appearance of the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul had already chased the demon saint away from this place. At this moment, he wasn't on the battlefield at all. At this time, his figure appeared a few thousand li away. It was clear that some army commander had activated the divine technique of the great emperors sealed in the army commander's order, summoning the projection of the great emperors. The figure of the great emperors of Serene Soul flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene from afar, the GZ army understood that the 5 shadow demon half-saint had separated from the battlefield and had most likely split up to assassinate the various army commanders. The GZ army had Chongqi secretly protecting them. The shadow demon half-saint who came to assassinate them had been repelled. The other army commanders might not have someone as strong as Chongqi by their side. In this life and death crisis, they could only activate the divine technique sealed in the army commander's order to defend against the enemy. They didn't know if the army commander thousands of li away was dead or alive. Eagle saw the worry in Hyoji's eyes. He cupped his hands and volunteered. "This subordinate is willing to go and investigate." Hyoji pondered for a moment and nodded. "Be careful. Go and return quickly." Eagle nodded and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings on his back. The wind howled as he soared into the sky and rushed over. Hyoji no longer paid attention to the commotion thousands of li away. He turned his head and looked at the GZ army's battlefield. The 600,000-strong demon race army had long since lost the ability to retaliate in front of the GZ army's powerful battle formation. The 3 vanguard towns charged back and forth. Angry Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flowers, and Nimble Snake were not to be outdone. Even Heavenly Phoenix Town, which was responsible for overseeing the army, charged into the battlefield under the leadership of Lu Yen and Su Yen. Nearly 900,000 people were fighting to the death in the battlefield that spanned hundreds of li. The ground was muddy, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Hyoji observed for a while and knew that the overall situation was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the GZ army wiped out all 600,000 people. A moment later, Eagle returned. Hyoji glanced over and Eagle immediately reported, "The other 4 Shadow Demon half-saint have all appeared, but they haven't done anything. Apart from the Dingwu Army's army commander Ma Qing, who is heavily injured, the other 3 have all failed." Hyoji lightly nodded and asked, "Is there any danger to his life?" Eagle replied, "Master, don't worry." When this subordinate arrived, the Wood Spirit race's matriarch Muna was already personally treating Master Ma's injuries. Although he won't fully recover in a short time, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. That would be for the best. Eagle turned his head and glanced at the clamorous battlefield behind him. He then turned back and stammered, "Master, the overall situation is already decided. What do you think?" Hyoji chuckled. "You want to kill the enemy?" Eagle replied, "There's no point in just watching. He was a monster king after all, so he had a strong murderous nature. However, Yongkai had assigned him to be the head of Eagle Town and put him in charge of scouting and gathering intelligence. But now that the demon race had been defeated, there was nothing left for him to gather. Naturally, he wanted to go into the battlefield and kill the enemy to satisfy his craving." Hyoji pondered for a moment, then waved his hand without saying anything. Eagle was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." He turned around and happily charged into the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield, and wherever his sharp claws passed, a rain of blood would fly. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. When there wasn't a single demon race figure left on the battlefield, the GZ army gradually quieted down. They looked around and saw that everyone was filled with killing intent. It was as if they had walked out of a sea of blood. Their bodies were drenched in blood, some from the enemy, and some from their own. After a short period of silence, a clamor of cheers filled the air. The war drums were beaten, and the GZ army returned to camp to rest. After a quick count, the number of casualties was revealed. Hyoji nodded slightly as he listened to the report. Facing an enemy twice their size, the GZ army displayed unimaginable strength and wiped out the enemy. The price they paid was only 30,000 casualties. This number was within his expectations, and it was also within an acceptable range. However, those who survived were almost all injured. The GZ army's first battle was over, but the battle between the two worlds was still ongoing. The giant dragon coiled around the battlefield, killing the demon race invading at every moment. However, the demon race seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to them. From the black hole, there was an endless supply of reinforcements. Even though the coiling dragon formation was formed by more than 20 armies from the astral realm, and there were close to 10 million soldiers, it was on the verge of collapse several times under the intense battle. Large and small groups of demon race were constantly released from the formation to reduce the pressure on the formation. Meanwhile, the astral realm armies guarding the outside had to block the demon race's path and kill them as soon as possible. After the GZ army rested for a day, the gap in the coiling dragon formation was opened. However, the demon race released this time was not as terrifying as the first time. There were only 200,000 of them. After a day of rest, the GZ army regrouped and faced the enemy again. Once again, they destroyed the demon race at a very small price. Morale was high, and several loud Monster King begged Hyoji to send a message to Li Wui and ask him to release more demon race. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected by Hyoji without mercy. The Monster King's strength was unfathomable. When they were in the mood to kill, killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even the Demon King would not be able to last more than a few moves against them. However, not everyone in the GZ army was Monster King. Although the majority of them were strong enough, they were not very strong. After 2 battles, not only were they injured, but they also needed to replenish their energy. Fighting too many battles was not good for the army. Only when they were relaxed would they be able to kill more demon race. Hyoji understood this principle, and Li Wui understood it even more. However, the GZ army and the other armies guarding the outside also had time to rest. However, what about the people inside the coiling dragon formation? Hyoji looked at the giant dragon crawling on the ground with a worried expression. If the passage between the two worlds was not sealed, the coiling dragon formation would be worn down by the demon race sooner or later. When that happened, no one would be able to stop the demon race from wreaking havoc. As time passed, Hyoji could clearly feel the fatigue of the coiling dragon formation. The most obvious sign was that the coiling dragon formation was opening more and more frequently. Less than half a day after the end of the second battle, the GZ army welcomed the third battle. This time, only a few 100,000 demon race were released from the coiling dragon formation. However, this few 100,000 was even more difficult to deal with than the 200,000 from the second battle. This could not be helped. Although the GZ army's morale was high after so many battles, their manpower was limited, and their stamina could not keep up. The coiling dragon formation was also unable to bear the burden. Although the formation was still working well, that was because the wizard was constantly using bloodthirst to stimulate everyone's potential. Furthermore, the life chains were a hidden danger that could not be ignored. With the support of the life chains, the damage suffered by everyone was spread out evenly. However, many a little makes a mickle, and when the life chains broke, the coiling dragon formation would definitely collapse. Hyoji estimated that the coiling dragon formation could only last for 2 more days. If they could not think of a way to break it within these 2 days, the GZ army would have to withdraw. At that time, millions of demon race soldiers would rush in, and the Western Territory would definitely be lost. On the GZ army's side, only the 30,000 elites in the middle were unharmed. It was not that Hyoji was unwilling to send the middle army into battle, but after several days of bloody battles, Hyoji wanted to leave the middle army as a surprise force. Perhaps they would be able to play an unimaginable role at a crucial moment. At this moment, seeing that the situation inside the coiling dragon formation was tense, Hyoji was hesitating whether or not to send the middle army into battle when he suddenly heard an excited voice behind him. "Junior brother." Hyoji turned around and saw a familiar face. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you're finally back?" The one who had called him junior brother was none other than Xianing Chong. Yang Kai had also appeared by her side. Yang Kai smiled at Xianing Chong, but did not have time to say anything to her. He revealed a helpless expression and said, "I rushed over as soon as I saw your message. What's the situation like?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression could not help but tremble. Although he had participated in the War of the Two Realms, he had never seen such a magnificent scene. Compared to the scene in front of him, the scene of him leading the army to defend Roaring Tiger City and fighting the Devil Race more than 10 years ago was simply a small matter. Hyoji knew that this was not the time to criticize him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "As Master can see, the coiling dragon formation cannot be maintained for much longer. The armies of the GZ army are exhausted. If we don't think of a way to resolve this as soon as possible, the GZ army will definitely lose." Chapter 3694. When he said this, Hyoji was full of unwillingness. Yang Kai had sealed the passage between the two worlds and bought more than 10 years for the Star Realm. The armies of the 4 territories had been preparing for war, but the moment they came into contact with the Star Realm, the situation had already turned out this way. How could anyone be willing to accept this? This situation was not because the Star Realm army was unable to bear it, but because the demon race simply did not care about casualties. No one had expected the demon race to be so crazy. If they did not cut off the source of the demon race's army from the territory, the great coiling dragon formation would not be able to hold on sooner or later. After Hyoji said a few words, Yang Kai had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure faded. Before Xianing Chong could even shout out to be careful, he had already disappeared. When he landed, he had already crossed 1,000 miles and appeared on the battlefield. The Demon King in front of him was standing 10 meters away, staring at him with a blank expression. He clearly did not understand how a person had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was and shouted in a low voice, "Yang Kai!" During the years when Yang Kai was in the demon race's territory, he had been in the limelight on almost every continent. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, he was even the focus of attention, so it was not strange that the Demon King recognized him at a glance. After shouting, the Demon King knew that things were bad. Although his strength was not bad, he knew that he could not escape with his life under the pursuit of the Demon Saint. However, the human in front of him could do so, so he made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. When he retreated, he saw Yang Kai gently raise his hand and a black crescent slashed at him. Wherever it passed, the clansmen in front of him were cut in half, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Demon King shouted, his demonic chi wildly surging as he punched out. A heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. That black crescent had actually cut through his fist, slicing open his arm and passing through his entire body. The Demon King's body stiffened, and it stood there in a daze. It stared in the direction of Yang Kai and let out a few groans. In the next moment, its body split open, and blood spurted out. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at this Demon King. As his divine sense surged, a large expanse of black clouds appeared around his body. A faint buzzing sound could be heard coming from these black clouds. Looking around, one could see that these black clouds were actually made up of insects. Soul-devouring insect. Generally, Kai Yang wouldn't easily use his soul-devouring insects, because as his strength increased, the soul-devouring insects became less and less useful. Against strong enemies, they wouldn't be useful, but against weak opponents, there was no need to use them. But in this kind of environment where there were enemies on all sides, the soul-devouring insects could play a huge role. With a buzzing sound, the large cloud of insects lingered around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and he shouted, "Go!" The insect cloud danced a few times, turned into a dozen groups, and scattered in a dozen directions, attacking the demon race from all directions. Wherever they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their knowledge seas were corroded by the tiny insects, and their souls were devoured. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest wound. After releasing the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't care how useful these insects could be. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a figure that swooped down from the sky like an eagle trying to catch a rabbit. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. On the battlefield, the cultivator who saw this scene cried out, and some even shouted loudly, reminding Yang Kai that a powerful enemy was attacking. Just as the figure was about to approach, another person appeared strangely and went directly to the invader. With a few rumbling sounds, the sky shook and the earth shook. Demon chi swept in all directions, and the two figures separated, standing in the void. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of the enemy in front of him. He said hatefully, "Bai Ye, how dare you stop me?" Yang Kai was powerful, and only a half-saint could defeat him. The person who came to kill him was naturally a half-saint. In the demon race's territory, there weren't many half-saint, and each of them had a name. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other, they all knew each other. Since Bai Ye appeared, how could the half-saint of demon race not recognize her? Bai Ye said lightly, "People of different paths cannot work together." On the opposite side, the half-saint of demon race shouted angrily, "Bullshit! Don't forget that you're from the demon race." Bai Ye said helplessly, "I'm just following orders. Don't make it difficult for me." Bastard! The half-saint of demon race was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, but he was stopped by Bai Ye, who was also from the demon race. His clansmen around him kept getting injured and killed. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't care whether Bai Ye was from the demon race or not. As he shouted, he had already rushed forward and fought with Bai Ye. However, both of them were semi-sage experts, so their strength was almost on par with each other. Therefore, this fight was like a thunderbolt striking the fire on the ground. The scene was extremely lively. However, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of this fight. Yang Kai was already far away, and he continued to run forward. Yang Kai forcibly plowed a path for thousands of miles. Although he had become the demon race's army alone, no one below the half-saint level could stop him. There were as many as 3 half-saint who came to kill him. It was obvious that the demon race not only hated Yang Kai, but also treated him as their #1 enemy. Otherwise, why would half-saint continuously come to kill him? The first one was blocked by Baya, the second one was blocked by Baizhua, and when the third one arrived, Yang Kai released his avatar into the sealed world bead. The 3 groups fought fiercely, and they were extremely eye-catching in this battlefield of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the huge black hole. The demon race's army was still continuously rushing out from the black hole. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he fearlessly faced them head-on. When he activated his devil yuan, the astral winds that surged out of the wind gourd became even more violent. The wind whistled incessantly as it cut through the void and slashed into the black hole. Miserable howls sounded in his ears. Many demon race members were killed by the astral winds before they could rush out of the passage between the 2 worlds. The black hole was huge, but Yang Kai relied on his own strength to block this huge gap. The reinforcements of the demon race's army were directly cut off, and not a single demon rushed out. Outside the coiling dragon formation, Hyoji, who had been sitting in the middle of the army as steady as a mountain, was anxiously waiting. The battle reports from the front lines were continuously transmitted from the scouts of Soaring Eagle Town. Right at this moment, a scout flew over and half-knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and shouted, "Reporting, Army Commander Master has arrived in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. He has cut off the path of the demon race's army's reinforcements." Hyoji stood up, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't help but shout, "Good!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Flag bearer!" Fu Ling quivered and immediately took out the flag with the word, "Kill." In an instant, the huge red flag fluttered in the sky, dyeing the sky red. Hyoji was in high spirits as he waved his hand and pointed to the front. "Middle Army, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and support Master." Many soldiers in the Middle Army responded, and their voices shook the world. In the past few days of battle, the GZ Army had killed countless enemies in the 9 towns and made great contributions. Even Soaring Eagle Town, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, had thrown themselves into the battle. Only the Middle Army was sitting in the rear, which made them very anxious. At this moment, when they heard Hyoji's order, they immediately became excited. The Middle Army had 30,000 soldiers. Not to mention Chongqi, who was an outsider. Even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were not weak. In the Middle Army, most of them were from the Eastern Seas Sea Tribe. For more than 10 years, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had been searching for the remains of the Flowing Time Great Emperor in the Eastern Sea. They had also subdued a large number of the Sea Tribe. Among the Sea Tribe, there were many powerhouses. There were no less than 30 monster kings like Bang Bang Air. Once such a powerful army joined the battle, they might not be able to change the direction of the entire battlefield. However, in a small area they were invincible. After a few days of peace, the Middle Army of the GZ Army attacked. At this time, the GZ Army's 9 towns were still fighting against the released demon race outside the Coiling Dragon Formation. The Middle Army charged into the battlefield like tigers and wolves, slaughtering the demon race along the way. The GZ Army already had the advantage. Now that they had the support of the Middle Army, they were even more invincible. In less than 2 hours, the dust had settled. On the battlefield of the GZ Army, the corpses of the demon race were piled up like mountains. Chapter 3695. The cheers of the GZ Army shook the heavens. Hyoji ordered someone to pass on the message to Li Wui while reorganizing the army. A moment later, Li Wui replied with only one word, "Wait." The GZ Army immediately took the opportunity to recover their strength outside the Coiling Dragon Formation. Those who had spirit pills swallowed them. Those who were injured bandaged their wounds and sat down cross-legged to meditate. Inside the passage between the two worlds, Yang Kai's wind gourd was wreaking havoc, killing the demon race that came from the devil territory. On the other side, Windchaser and Di Li were engaged in a fierce battle. Di Li was originally a half-saint under Yu Ru Meng's command. Besides Bai Zhua, Yu Ru Meng valued him the most. He was also extremely powerful. However, on the eve of the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Di Li colluded with Yu Sang and Yin Si to create an opportunity for Yu Sang to kill Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yang Kai's strength and the strength of his subordinates. Not only did they fail to succeed, they even caused a lot of trouble. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Yu Sang was killed by the great emperors of Bright Moon and died on the spot. Yin Si Di Li escaped death, but Yang Kai went to Yin Si's territory and single-handedly killed Yin Si. Two of the half-saint of demon race that targeted him in the Eternal Heaven continent had died. Di Li was afraid that Yu Ru Meng would settle the score with him in the future, so he betrayed her after the Battle of Eternal Heaven and joined another demon saint. After that, there was no news of him. This time, he came with the demon race's army to guard the passage between the two worlds in case anything unexpected happened. Yang Kai killed his way to this place, but Di Li caught him as soon as he entered the passage between the two worlds. Di Li had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. The reason why he betrayed Yu Ru Meng was because of Yang Kai. At this time, he had nothing to say to Yang Kai, so he immediately wanted to kill him. Yang Kai had no choice but to release Zhui Feng to entangle him. At this time, the four half-saint of demon race hidden in the sealed world bead had all taken action. Yang Kai no longer had any cards up his sleeve. If another half-saint of demon race blocked his path, he would have no choice but to turn back and ask Li Wuyi for help. Fortunately, the half-saint of demon race wasn't a cabbage. Although a lot of them had been dispatched this time, most of them had been trapped in the battlefield. Moreover, 4 of them had been stopped by Yang Kai's 4 protectors. How could there be more? Inside the passage between the two worlds, Di Li was anxious. He tried his best to break through Zhui Feng's defensive line, but he still couldn't succeed. Although Zhui Feng's intelligence wasn't high, he was very strong. When Yang Kai first met Zhui Feng in the 100 Spirit Continent, the Lien sisters had told him that a half-saint of demon race had offended Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng chased him for 3 years and beat the half-saint until he complained incessantly. In the end, it still ended in tragedy. Although Di Li was strong, he was still a half-saint. When Zhui Feng went berserk, he was really afraid of him. The 2 half-saint level existences, 1 demon and 1 beast, were fighting desperately in the passage between the two worlds. The aftermath of the battle swept across and affected many demon race members who had come from the demon territory. Many demon race members died tragically on the spot, which indirectly reduced the pressure on Yang Kai. At this moment, the law of space surged around Yang Kai. He stretched out his hand and the invisible law of space shrouded the entire void corridor. The passage, which was already dark, became even more chaotic. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai was able to seal the passage between the two worlds when he escaped from the demon territory. In the past 10 years or so, he had been refining the universe and creating heaven and earth in the territory of the lower planes. His understanding and attainments in the law of space had more than doubled compared to before. The connection between the two worlds was gradually cut off, and the huge black hole in the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the battlefield, this scene was extremely eye-catching. Tens of millions of human demon race members saw it clearly. The expressions of many demon race members changed slightly. They had seen Yang Kai break into the passage between the two worlds alone before, and now the passage between the two worlds had changed so much. How could they not know what he was doing? They immediately moved closer to the passage between the two worlds. How could Li Wuyi allow the demon race to do as they wished? As early as when Yang Kai rushed into the passage between the two worlds, the coiling dragon formation had already begun to change. Originally, the dragon's head and tail were connected, forming a huge circle around the battlefield. But now, the dragon's head was the first to reach the passage between the two worlds. It led the Jiazi army to defend the passage between the two worlds, not allowing any demon race member to get close. With Li Wuyi and the coiling dragon formation blocking the outside and the wind gourd slashing inside, Who could stop Yang Kai unless a half-saint appeared in the territory of the demon race? The black hole was originally a huge object, but it had shrunk by half in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. After another incense stick of time, it shrunk by half again. After an hour, the black hole was only a few dozen feet wide. Yang Kai's figure appeared, standing beside the passage between the two worlds with one hand in front of him. The law of space around him fluctuated. A few miles away, Windchaser and Di Li were still entangled with each other. Li Wui, who was fighting fiercely with a half-saint of demon race, felt this power and couldn't help but turn his head to look back, a bitter smile appearing on his face. There was no need to prove it. Just by feeling the fluctuation of the law of space, he knew that Yang Kai had already surpassed him in terms of the law of space. His bitter smile disappeared as he focused. At this critical moment of life and death for the Star Realm, Yang Kai's breakthrough was naturally a great thing. After 10 breaths of time, the black hole suddenly shrank, quickly turning into a black, the size of a needle, which Yang Kai grabbed in the palm of his hand. When he let go, even the black spot the size of a needle's eye disappeared. The passage between the two worlds that Kan Yi had forcefully opened by using himself as a bridge existed for only a few days before it was sealed again by Yang Kai. On the battlefield, the cultivator of the Star Realm who saw this scene cheered loudly, his voice booming like thunder. They might not be able to participate in the important decisions of the various armies, but after fighting on the battlefield for so long, how could they not see the situation in front of them? As long as the passage between the two worlds existed, the demon race's reinforcements would be endless. The demon race had reinforcements to replenish their depleted forces, but the Star Realm didn't. The coiling dragon formation could no longer bear the burden and could collapse at any time. Once the formation collapsed, the various armies involved in setting it up would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Now that they saw Yang Kai cut off the demon race's reinforcements, they naturally felt excited without any worries. Li Wui smiled and ordered the personal guards beside him, "Open the formation!" The Jiazi army's flag was quickly raised and waved a few times in the air with a strange rhythm. In the next instant, the coiling dragon formation staggered. The demon race's army was overjoyed at the sight and rushed towards the gaps. They also saw that the passage between the two worlds had been sealed, so how could they not know that they were in danger? Now that they saw the countless gaps in the coiling dragon formation that had always been airtight, how could they not run for their lives? However, before they could rush out of the gaps, they bumped into several ferocious armies. More than 20 armies from the Star Realm had been waiting outside the coiling dragon formation for a long time. They were only waiting for the moment a gap opened in the formation to charge in. When the two sides met, the demon race was a little stunned, but the armies from the Star Realm were like tigers descending from the mountains. Previously, these armies had only been guarding the periphery, waiting for the enemies to be released from the formation. Now, they were actively charging into the formation. One side was passive while the other side was active. The morale was completely different. More than 20 armies charged in from all directions, and the demon race suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The coiling dragon formation had new reinforcements, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that victory was only a matter of time. After the armies charged in, the coiling dragon formation once again closed in and reorganized itself, surrounding the battlefield. The kill flag fluttered in the wind as the GZ army surged into the battlefield like a flood of steel. Everywhere they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties and were utterly defeated. Hyoji took the lead, followed by Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Chongqi had his hands in his sleeves, his eyes drooping. He didn't seem to move, but any demon race soldiers who came within 10 feet of him were all knocked back by an invisible force, spitting out blood. After a while, Yang Kai finally met up with Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "Master!" Yang Kai nodded slightly, then turned his head to look at Di Li, who was still entangled with Zhue Feng, and sneered, "Kill him!" As soon as his words fell, he rushed straight towards Di Li with Lu Yen following closely behind. Her small body fluttered in the air, giving off an indescribable sense of elegance, her pair of big black and white eyes as clear as water. Di Li was startled. How could he dare to stay any longer? With a feint, he escaped and blended into the demon race's army. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Di Li had escaped, but after a moment of hesitation, he gave up on pursuing him. The battlefield was too chaotic, so it wasn't convenient to chase after him. Not to mention, Di Li was a half-saint of demon race, so it wasn't that easy to kill him. He immediately gave up on the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, and led the GZ army to charge left and right on the battlefield. The overall situation had been decided. The real overall situation had been decided. The 55 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, surrounded by the coiling dragon formation. The demon race soldiers trapped in the formation had no way to escape. Apart from being gradually killed off, there was no other possibility. A long roar suddenly sounded from a certain part of the battlefield. The roar rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Many masters of the Star Boundary frowned and looked towards the source of the roar, only to see a tall and straight figure standing in the sky. His hair was as red as blood, and even his eyes were crimson. Such a clear indication that this person from the demon race was a blood demon. When the roar stopped, more than 20 figures flew out from all directions on the battlefield and gathered around the blood demon. These dozen or so demon race soldiers all exuded a monstrous demonic chi, indicating that they were all half-saint. Master! Yang Kai's figure flashed and arrived beside Li Wuyi, looking at the many half-saint soldiers with a solemn expression. The demon race had suffered a crushing defeat and suffered countless casualties. Yet the half-saint of demon race had suddenly gathered together in such a formation. Who knew what they were up to? Li Wuyi slowly shook his head, indicating that he should wait and see. The great emperors were not here, so with so many demon saint soldiers joining forces, how could the Star Boundary ignore such a large lineup? More than 20 half-saint of demon race soldiers stood behind the blood demon. The blood demon looked at Li Wuyi from a distance, obviously knowing that Li Wuyi was the one in charge on the battlefield. After a while, the blood demon grinned at Li Wuyi, stretched out his hand, and made a gesture on his neck. Childish! Yang Kai sneered. Li Wuyi remained indifferent. However, to their surprise, after the blood demon made the gesture of cutting his neck, his figure flickered, and he turned into a bloody light, enveloped the half-saint beside him, and soared into the sky. Chapter 3696. Li Wuyi's expression changed as he quickly shouted, "Stop them!" A dense crowd of figures rose into the air as the light from their secret techniques and artifacts shot towards the blood-red light. But how could they stop it? The blood-red light only twisted a few times before evading all the attacks and breaking out of the encirclement by a hair's breadth. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small red dot. In the demon race, the shadow demon was the best at concealment, but in terms of escape techniques, if the blood demon were to claim second place, no demon race would dare claim first place. The blood escape technique was unparalleled in the world. Li Wuyi's face turned ashen. More than 20 members of the demon race were fleeing. Although it didn't seem like a lot, they were all half-saint. If they were to hide in the Star Boundary and commit crimes, it would inevitably set off a storm of blood. But at this time, no one could stop them. There were quite a few false emperors on the Star Boundary side, but after fighting for so many days, they were already exhausted. Not to mention whether they could catch up. Even if they did, what could they accomplish? I'll go. Yang Kai's figure flickered and was about to move when Li Wuyi grabbed his arm and slowly shook his head. There's no need to chase. Yang Kai asked, are we just going to let them escape? Now that the situation was in their favor, if they didn't take this opportunity to exterminate them, there would be endless trouble in the future. Li Wuyi said, what can you do by yourself? He gestured towards the two sides fighting below and said, this is the most important thing right now. Yang Kai also knew that what he said made sense, but he was still unwilling to watch so many half-saint of demon race escape. Li Wuyi saw through his thoughts and advised, it won't be too late to deal with them after the battle here is over. They are all half-saint of demon race. It's fine if they hide, but if they dare to show their faces in public, their whereabouts will be immediately exposed. Yang Kai gently nodded and said suspiciously, Why did they run away so decisively? Although the passage between the two worlds had been sealed by him, the demon race still had the strength to fight. If they continued to fight like this, even if Astral Realm won, they would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, those 10 or so half-saint of the demon race immediately fled as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, ignoring the millions of demon race soldiers. Without these half-saint, how could the already disadvantaged demon race contend against the Astral World army? It could be said that although the half-saint of demon race's escape left a hidden danger in the astral plane, it was a great help in this battle. If one were to say that he was a brave warrior cutting off his wrist, the price he had to pay was a little too high. Moreover, Li Wui's words were not without reason. The demon race had demonic qi lingering all over their bodies, and their characteristics were obvious. If they fled this time, it would be fine, but if they dared to show themselves, they would definitely be surrounded by Astral Realm's powerhouses, so it was not a big deal. Yang Kai could not figure out what the demon race was doing. While he was pondering, Li Wui suddenly frowned. The situation is not right. Yang Kai was startled and looked in the direction of Li Wui's gaze. On the battlefield below, countless demon race demonic qi soared into the sky. Countless demon race soldiers seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, attacking all living things around them. Their targets were not only the Astral World army, but also their companions. The demon race was like this, the demon general was like this, the demon commanders were like this, and even many demon kings were not spared. In just an instant, the eyes of all the demon race had turned red, and they no longer cared about their own kin, only knowing how to kill. The demon race army, which was already at a disadvantage, became even more precarious. Although the half-saint of demon race had retreated from the battlefield, the remaining demon race soldiers were still a force to be reckoned with. But now, in their madness, the demon race was actually slaughtering each other. Not to mention Li Wui and Yang Kai, even the soldiers fighting the demon race below were dumbfounded. In just a few breaths of time, the demon race had suffered countless casualties. Li Wui and Yang Kai glanced at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. However, this was not the time to get to the bottom of the matter, and Li Wui immediately ordered his personal guards to change banners. Yang Kai's figure also flashed, and he withdrew from the GZ army. "Master, what's going on?" Hyoji asked anxiously. He had also seen the changes around him, and he was completely confused. "I don't know. Let's retreat first." Yang Kai looked around, found the weakest spot, and led the GZ army in that direction. Everyone was drenched in blood, and their killing intent surged to the heavens. The GZ army wasn't the only one retreating. The various armies that saw Li Wui's banner also retreated from the battlefield. On the battlefield, the 55 armies transformed into 55 armored torrents, crushing the demon race in front of them and slaughtering their way to victory. The armies gradually retreated from the battlefield, and Li Wui's Jiazi army was the last to retreat. When they turned around, the sounds of killing still hadn't stopped. However, there wasn't a single human left on the battlefield. Everyone was from the demon race. As night fell, a cold wind blew, and everyone felt a chill run down their spines. What's going on?" Xia Wuwei muttered. Who the hell knew what was going on? Yang Kai couldn't give an answer. No one had expected such a situation. The coiling dragon formation had already dispersed. On the Jiazi army side, Li Wui was also at a loss. Victory came too suddenly. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. It was precisely because of this suddenness that they felt uneasy. If the situation continued to develop, the demon race on the battlefield would eventually stop killing each other. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai turned around and looked at Baizhua and Baiye. Baizhua and Baiye were confused by his gaze. "What's wrong? Are you guys okay?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Kai wanted to ask them about the sudden change in the demon race. The two half-saints shook their heads. Even their avatars didn't react. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai raised his hand. Two figures appeared in front of him. In the small sealed world, the second territory had been separated and turned into stars. Yang Kai had left it in the lower star territory. There were still many demon race living in the third territory. Boya, Huoluan, and Emoshang were among them. Boya had always been by his side. Huoluan was forcibly taken into the small sealed world by him. As for Emoshang, his origins were clear. However, Yang Kai always felt that there was something wrong with this guy. That was why, when he released the demon race in the small sealed world, he deliberately left him behind and ordered Boya to monitor his movements. Now that he had summoned Boya, the demon king, Yang Kai wanted to confirm his conjecture. When the two of them appeared, they were at a loss for a moment before hurriedly saluting. But before Yang Kai could ask anything, Boya suddenly let out a muffled groan, her face contorted in pain. Huoluan was even more unbearable, his eyes turning bloodshot as his demonic chi surged, sending a palm strike towards Boya. Yang Kai was already prepared. How could he let him hurt Boya? He grabbed Huoluan with one hand and his demonic chi surged, sealing his cultivation. Huoluan didn't seem to notice that he was captured by Yang Kai. He still had a ferocious look on his face. It was as if he wanted to bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh even if he died. Everyone around him was shocked. Baizhua and Baya looked at Huoluan with solemn expressions. Master. Boya bit her red lips tightly, bleeding from them. Her expression was difficult, as if she was resisting something. She and Huoluan were both mid-rank demon kings. Huoluan's strength was lower than hers, so he went crazy faster than her. Although Boya could still resist, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Yang Kai saw this and understood. His divine sense surged and he took Boya and Huoluan into the sealed world bead. Not long after entering the sealed world bead, the redness in Boya's eyes gradually receded and she slowly recovered. However, her clothes were drenched in sweat, revealing her exquisite curves. She was panting heavily and looked exhausted, as if she had just experienced a shocking battle. Huoluan was the same. His red eyes gradually returned to normal. He glanced at Boya, who was kneeling on the ground and panting, and asked in confusion, "What happened?" He couldn't remember what had just happened at all. Boya ignored him because Yang Kai's voice had already sounded in her mind, asking about the incident just now. After thinking carefully, Boya said weakly, "I seem to have heard a voice in my mind, and then I couldn't control myself. After a while, I'm afraid." She was afraid that she would become like Huoluan and not recognize anyone. Just thinking about it made Boya shudder. That feeling of not being able to control herself was too terrifying, as if she had become a marionette. What kind of voice was it? Yang Kai asked. Boya shook her head. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai could only give up. Outside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai told the two half-saint of demon race about what he had just discovered. Baizhua and Baya both paled. Baizhua asked, "So, this incident was man-made?" Boya had heard a voice in her mind and her temperament had changed greatly. If this wasn't man-made, then what was? But what kind of person could have such a shocking divine technique that could affect so many members of the demon race at once? He and Baya were not affected, probably because of their high strength. Under half-saint, even many demon kings could not resist the power of that voice. So, when Boya and Huoluan were released by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, they were affected. Can a demon saint do such a thing? Yang Kai turned to look at them and asked. Baizhua and Baya looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Baizhua said, "The saint seniors are omnipotent. Their cultivation is not something we can speculate about." It was as good as not saying anything. Chapter 3697. This army not only included the elite masters of the three demon saints' territories, but also those who had been absorbed by the three demon saint in the past 10 years. This army had a total of 2 million people. However, because they were all members of the demon race, Li Wu-Yi didn't feel at ease using them in today's battle, so he ordered them to stay put. Now, the demon race on the battlefield had gone crazy, and even the two demon kings summoned by Yang Kai from the small sealed world were not spared. What would happen to the 2 million army? Everyone didn't dare to imagine. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Yen quickly pointed in a direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure disappeared, leaving behind a voice. Quickly report this matter to Army Commander Li. Thousands of kilometers away, the place where Yu Ru Meng and the others were stationed was already in chaos. When Yang Kai arrived, he saw the 2 million soldiers howling and roaring below. The camp was in a mess, and the corpses of the demon race were strewn everywhere. The ground was soaked in blood. Many members of the demon race went berserk, and their eyes turned red as they attacked everything around them. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they weren't spared. Amidst the chaos, almost 30 figures had gathered together and stood in the sky. All of them were staring blankly at the ground below, and their eyes were filled with loss and sorrow. Shockingly, all of them were half-saint realm experts. These nearly 30 half-saints were half-saint subordinates of Yu Ru Meng and the other 3 saint venerables. There were also several half-saints captured by Yang Kai when he devoured the demon Saint Qi Yan's territory. Although these half-saints were loyal to the flame demon Qi Yan, they fell into the hands of Yu Ru Meng and the others. They had their own ways to make them obediently submit and not be disloyal. At this moment, these 30-odd half-saint soldiers were not affected at all. Just like Baizhua and Baiya, everything was fine. However, the sudden change in the army left the half-saint soldiers dumbfounded. There was no way to stop it. 2 million people going crazy at the same time. How could they stop it? Unless they were all killed. But could they kill all of them? They did not know how to explain to the 3 saint venerables when they returned. On the other side, there were over 100 figures sitting cross-legged. Demonic chi roiled around their bodies as demonic will surged. Yang Kai scanned these people with his divine sense and immediately knew that they were all high-rank demon kings. They were obviously affected as well, but their strength was still high, so they hadn't completely lost their minds. They were struggling to resist. However, looking at their posture, Yang Kai estimated that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they went crazy. His figure flickered as he arrived above the heads of the high-rank demon kings and shouted, "Don't resist!" Sweeping his hand downwards, Yang Kai's divine sense swept out like a tide, wrapping up the hundreds of high-rank demon kings. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, many of the demon kings who were struggling to resist had disappeared, all of them taken into his sealed world bead. "Master!" The Lien sisters flew over, and when they saw Yang Kai, it was as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly begged, "Master, please save them. I don't know why they suddenly became like this." Yang Kai did not waste any time and nodded. "I came precisely for this matter." Saying so, he waved his hand and dozens of streams of light shot towards the half-saint soldiers, one for each of them. Many half-saint soldiers stretched out their hands and caught them. They discovered that it was a longan-sized bead. It didn't have any energy fluctuations, so they didn't know what it was. They all raised their heads and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "You all know what the sealed world bead is. This thing has the same function as the sealed world bead. It can store living creatures and can be used without refining them. Let's split up and save as many as we can." The half-saint soldiers were overjoyed when they heard this, and all of them clenched the one-realm bead in their hands tightly. Yang Kai had already rushed into the army. His divine sense surged, and wherever he passed, the demon race soldiers disappeared. They were all taken into his sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had its own rules for accepting living people. As long as they did not resist, the consumption would not be too great. It would just be the amount of energy needed to open the sealed world bead's barrier. But if the person being accepted did not cooperate and resisted, the amount of energy needed to open the barrier would increase dramatically. Depending on the strength of the person resisting, the amount of energy consumed would vary. And if the person's strength exceeded Yang Kai's, then Yang Kai would be powerless. He vaguely remembered that when he first stored the behemoth embodiment into his sealed world bead, he was exhausted in an instant. The one-realm bead was an imitation of the sealed world bead, so it naturally followed this rule. Among the frenzied demon race soldiers present, none of them were stronger than a half-saint, so the one-realm bead could definitely play a role in the hands of a half-saint. and Yang Kai's current soul cultivation was far beyond that of an ordinary half-saint. So even if the demon race didn't cooperate, they couldn't delay their fate of being captured. With Yang Kai taking the lead, the half-saint soldiers scattered and ran around the battlefield, using the one-realm bead in their hands to collect the frenzied demon race. A moment later, the sealed world bead had transformed into a rolling beast. Its huge round body covered the sky and earth. It opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed down, causing a large number of demon race soldiers to disappear. However, this was the star boundary, so Yang Kai didn't dare to let the rolling beast devour everything. Otherwise, if it swallowed the entire star boundary, he would become an eternal sinner. So even if the rolling beast appeared, it couldn't solve the problem in a short time. In addition, the more than 2 million demon race soldiers were too scattered, so it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. The half-saint soldiers spared no effort and were burning with anxiety. They all knew that every time they collected a member, they could reduce the number of casualties. However, there was a limit to human strength. Even for someone as strong as a half-saint, forcibly collecting demon race soldiers without their cooperation would consume an unimaginable amount of soul power. After a short while, the faces of the half-saint soldiers turned pale. This was a sign that they had exhausted their divine sense. And looking at the battlefield, there were still half of them that hadn't been collected. Fortunately, at this time, Li Wui led a large number of legion commanders to rush over. Li Wui had received Yang Kai's report. After learning that he had come here, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He immediately ordered the various legions to wait for orders and the legion commanders to follow him, just in time to see the pale faces of the half-saint soldiers. After a brief understanding of the situation, Li Wui found more than 30 legion commanders with slightly stronger soul powers to replace the half-saint soldiers and continue to collect people. After bustling about for a long time, all the demon race soldiers who were still alive were collected. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. Seeing the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't take a detailed count, in this incident at least 500,000 demon race soldiers had died. The casualty rate was as high as 20%. Such heavy casualties were simply inexplicable. Just now, he was busy collecting people and didn't have time to investigate. Only now did Yang Kai have the time to investigate the situation inside the small sealed world. After being collected into the small sealed world, the crazed demon race soldiers gradually regained their senses and no longer attacked everywhere. Only then did Yang Kai feel relieved. Since the situation inside the small sealed world was like this, the situation inside the one realm bead must be the same. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the one realm bead he had painstakingly refined in the star territory would come in handy so quickly, and in such a way at that. Master! The Lien sisters flew over and quickly adjusted their breathing. Although they hadn't fully recovered, their complexions were at least much better, no longer as pale as before. Where are the 3 saint seniors? Yang Kai replied, The 10 demon saint soldiers from the demon territory are here. They've gone to chase after the others. The Lien sisters' expressions became solemn when they heard this, and they asked again, What happened just now? Does Master know? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't know. I asked a demon king, and he only said that a voice suddenly sounded in his mind and he couldn't control himself. The Lien sisters' expressions changed again as they glanced at each other in disbelief. They didn't hear any voice, but they knew that Yang Kai wouldn't fool them about this kind of thing. This matter needs to be investigated carefully before we can come to a conclusion. When the 3 saint seniors return, I'll ask them. At this point, there was no other choice, so the Lien sisters gently nodded. Li Wui beckoned to Yang Kai and Yang Kai flew over. Li Wui gestured to the many corps commanders and said, Why are you still holding on to it? Return it to them and let Yang Kai take away the demon race. The group of corps commanders glanced at each other, none of them moving. However, several corps commanders smiled meaningfully at Li Wui while others looked eagerly at Yang Kai. They had just experienced the benefits of the one realm bead, so how could they be willing to return it now? They couldn't wait to put it all away and never take it out again. Yang Kai obviously knew what they were thinking and chuckled. Time was tight, so I couldn't refine too many. There's not enough to go around for now, but I'll refine more in the future when I have some free time. I'll make sure that every core gets one. The group still didn't move. Since there wasn't enough to go around, there must be someone who came first. Everyone wanted to be the first to get their hands on the One Realm bead. You're not young anymore. Don't you have any shame? Li Wuyi said with a straight face. Seeing him like this, the core commanders reluctantly handed the One Realm bead to Yang Kai. Every One Realm bead contained a lot of demon race that had just been collected. Yang Kai transferred all of the demon race into the small sealed world. These One Realm beads would eventually be handed over to the various core commanders, so naturally, there couldn't be any remnants of the demon race in them. When it was Bing Yun's turn, Yang Kai looked up and saw Bing Yun looking at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai coughed lightly and transferred the demon race into the small sealed world. He then immediately returned the One Realm bead to her. Senior, this is a token of my filial piety on behalf of Su Yen. Bing Yun said, This isn't appropriate, is it? She took it with a smile. How could it be inappropriate? Of course. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. Kid, don't forget which family's elder you are. When Zishan handed the One Realm bead over but didn't let go, he kept winking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. Temple Master, this One Realm bead is my contribution to the temple. When Zishan laughed, you're worth teaching. Chapter 3698. The remaining commanders looked at each other, speechless. One of the commanders stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Lord Yang, I have a disciple who is in the prime of her youth. She's beautiful and virtuous, and she's still unmarried. She admires heroes the most. I think Lord Yang is a good match for her, so I'm willing to matchmake the two of you. What do you think, Lord Yang? The commanders turned to look at him indignantly, but this person said sternly, Men should marry when they're of age, and women should marry when they're of age. What's wrong with that? Another army commander stepped forward and said, Sir Yang, I have 63 unmarried women in my clan. They are all different in temperament. When you have time later, you can come to my place and I will call them over. You can take your pick. Yang Kai was completely speechless. He knew that the One Realm bead in his hand was truly enviable. Otherwise, these two commanders wouldn't have put down their pride like this. Seeing that the others were ready to act as matchmakers for him, Yang Kai hurriedly gave all the One Realm beads to Li Wuyi. Let him have a headache. As expected, Li Wuyi was immediately surrounded. The commanders tried to reason with him, but they all wanted to get a One Realm bead from Li Wuyi. Yang Kai removed himself from the matter and looked at the messy battlefield around him. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. The demon race had gone crazy for no reason, and there were countless casualties. This was a good thing for this war, but this was definitely a conspiracy. No one could be at ease until they found out what this conspiracy was. But now that the great emperors weren't here, how difficult would it be to find out what was going on? It was at this moment that Yang Kai felt a throbbing in his heart, causing his expression to change. Millions of kilometers away, in the sky above Black Frost City in the Northern Territory, two figures stood silently. One radiated righteousness, the other radiated demonic intent. In the sky above this small, unknown city, the astral Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Demon Territory's #1 demon saint, Endless Wilds, had both appeared, silently confronting each other. After several days of chasing and exchanging blows, the two had finally chased each other all the way from the Western Territory to this place. Here, Endless Wilds stopped, an enigmatic smile on his face as he quietly looked at Zhan Wuhen. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked around. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had nowhere to hide. Endless Wilds had inexplicably stopped here, leaving Zhan Wuhen puzzled. Inferring from the previous situation, Endless Wilds seemed to have come straight here, but what was so special about this place that could attract the attention of a demon saint? Although Zhan Wuhen was one of the great emperors of Astral, he wasn't omniscient. At the very least, he couldn't see what kind of chess game the Demon Saint was playing, so he could only react accordingly. Recalling the scene when the Demon Saint appeared, Zhan Wuhen faintly felt that there was a shocking conspiracy waiting for Astral. Endless Wilds had come here and didn't leave, but what about the other 9 Demon Saint? Did they also go somewhere else? What did the Demon Saint want to do? Although he didn't know, the only thing he was certain of was that the Demon Saint had entered Astral Boundary. Although it was dangerous, it also put the great emperors of Astral Boundary into a passive situation. The small city below was not big, with only a few 100,000 people living there. There were very few cultivators above the Origin King realm. Such a small city was lacking in resources, so it naturally couldn't attract masters. Unfortunately, after the message was sent out, there was no response at all. At this moment, how could Zhan Wuhen have the time to reply? After Huang Wuji shouted those inexplicable words, Zhan Wuhen suddenly waved his hand, and a blood-red flag appeared out of thin air, covering mysterious Frost City below. The Iron Blood War flag, the manifestation of Zhan Wuhen's cultivation, could almost be said to be his symbol. The Iron Blood Great Emperor wanted to attack Huang Wuji, but he couldn't ignore the hundreds of thousands of lives below, so he could only think of a way to get the people of mysterious Frost City away first. When the hundreds of thousands of lives looked up, they saw the sky covered by a dark red color, and they immediately panicked. The Iron Blood War flag enveloped the small city, and then it turned into a red light that sped away into the distance. There was not a single living creature in the city. All the creatures, including the kittens and puppies, were swept away by the war flag. It was not until more than 10 breaths later that the residents of mysterious Frost City gradually saw the light of day again. The dark red light that enveloped them gradually disappeared, and they all appeared in a wasteland. There was no one around, and no one knew where this place was. Chapter 3699. When the Iron Blood War flag swept up the residents of Black Frost City and fled, Zhan Wuhen made a brazen move. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure suddenly appeared in front of Huang Wuji. His fist wrapped in the will of heaven and earth, raging with its power. Huang Wuji's eyes flashed wildly, and his open arms slammed together in front of him, catching Zhan Wuhen's punch with a bang. Demonic chi tumbled and Emperor chi surged. In the sky, 2 balls of light, one black and one red, collided with each other like 2 planets colliding. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and with the 2 as the epicenter, the void shattered inch by inch like a mirror. Huang Wuji's face was ferocious, as if he was trying his best to resist Zhan Wuhen's fierce attack, but he laughed loudly. "Many thanks." Zhan Wuhen's expression didn't change. Although he knew what the consequences of his punch would be, he had to do it. He wanted to pull back his fist, but Huang Wuji clamped his fist tightly, not giving him any chance at all. However, Zhan Wuhen didn't panic. When he activated his Emperor Qi, his fist energy overlapped like 3 layers of waves, each more ferocious than the last. Huang Wuji operated his secret art to dissolve the force, his demonic qi whistling non-stop. However, he was in a passive position to clamp down on Zhan Wuhen, and this was the star boundary. How could he compete with Zhan Wuhen like this? A moment later, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but Huang Wuji laughed wildly, unmoved. Suddenly, rolling demonic qi shot out from the distance like a dragon, rushing into the shattered void. The demonic qi was like ink, dyeing the sky black. In an instant, a black spot appeared between heaven and earth. This spot was no different from the one that appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory. It was a tunnel that connected the 2 worlds. Zhan Wuhen was suddenly enlightened. Only now did he understand the intentions of the Devil Saints. The battle in the Western Territory was just a cover. The Demon Saints' real goal was to completely open up the connection between the astral plane and the Demon Territory. However, he didn't quite understand. Ken Yi had been able to open the passageway between the two realms because of a special reason. He could use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms. How did Huang Wuji do it? He was the demon saint of the demon race and had nothing to do with the astral boundary. Although the battle between him and Yongkai had caused the void of the star boundary to become unstable and the heaven and earth barrier to weaken, it was not to the extent that it would be broken so easily. So how could he build a bridge with himself? Were there any other powerful forces in the demon territory that could provide support? Otherwise, how could he have done this? Also, where did the demonic chi that was shooting over from afar come from? Since Desolate Infinite was in such a situation, the other 9 demon saint must be in the same situation as well. A single passageway between the two realms in the Western Territory was enough to make the astral boundary's entire military force stand a chance. If 10 such passageways appeared in the astral boundary, who could stop the invasion of the demon race? There was no time to think. Zhan Wuhen only knew that if he didn't quickly deal with Desolate Infinite, the astral boundary would definitely face a great disaster. In his fury, he unleashed 120% of his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, blood continuously flowed from the corner of Desolate Infinite's mouth, but his smile became even more deranged. The newly formed ink spot was not large, only a few dozen feet in radius. However, the aura of another world came from the other end of the ink spot. Zhan Wuhen had also been to the demon territory, so he naturally sensed that this aura was the aura of the demon territory. There were 9 other similar scenes in the astral boundary. The 13 demon saint disappeared, and so did the 7 great emperors. Under the clear sky, 10 more demon lands appeared in the astral boundary. The rolling demonic chi was still eroding the demon land from the demon territory, constantly expanding the area of the demon land. The speed was extremely fast, and it took less than the time to drink a cup of tea before the movement gradually disappeared. Above the demon land, armies of the demon race crossed the boundary and appeared in an orderly manner. A great disaster descended in an instant. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, Yang Kai's face was pale, and cold sweat kept sliding down his forehead. Li Wui had never seen him lose his composure like this before. He quickly asked, "What happened? What did you mean by the heaven and earth barrier just now?" Yang Kai turned to look at him, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle. He took a deep breath and said, "Just now, I felt the heaven and earth barrier suddenly become much weaker, and then it was broken. There were 10 places in total. It was impossible for ordinary people in the emperor realm to sense these things, not even fake emperors. However, Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. If there were any changes in heaven and earth, he would naturally be able to sense them. As soon as he said this, all the commanders were in an uproar. Li Wui frowned and said, "Perhaps the great emperors are fighting with them." Every action of the great emperors involved the heaven and earth. The demon saint was a powerful enemy, and if they really fought, it would definitely cause a landslide. It was not surprising that the heaven and earth would be affected. When the demon race first invaded the astral boundary more than 10 years ago, the great emperors did not dare to act rashly because of this concern. But now that the demon saint had arrived, they had no choice but to act even if they had this concern. Hearing this, all the commanders nodded in agreement. Yang Kai's face was still pale as he stared fixedly at Li Wui and said, "The auras of the great emperors have disappeared." The hustle and bustle came to an abrupt end as everyone stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Li Wui's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice, "Which one is it?" Yang Kai gulped and said bitterly, "Everyone. Impossible." Li Wui blurted out. It was indeed impossible. The great emperors already stood at the peak of this world. No matter how strong the demon saint was, it was not necessarily stronger than them. Moreover, the great emperors always had some natural advantages when fighting with the demon saint in the astral boundary. How could they just disappear for no reason? If it was 1 or 2 of them, it might be possible, but if it was all of them, Li Wui would be the first to not believe it. Li Wui knew that Yang Kai would not speak without thinking. Since he said so, he must have sensed something. Then, he remembered that he did not get a reply from Zhang Wuhen just now, so he could not help but frown. He took out a space spirit bead and activated the space spirit bead's power with his divine sense. Li Wui's expression sank as the space principles fluctuated. This space spirit bead was connected to the martial beast Mo Huang. If the great emperors were still in this world, Li Wui would be able to instantly reach Mo Huang's side as long as it was not in a great array that isolated the world. But now that the space spirit bead did not react after it was activated, there could only be three possibilities. The first possibility was that the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand had shattered. How could the space spirit bead in Mo Huang's hand shatter for no reason unless he was dead? The second possibility was that Mo Huang was in a great array that isolated the world, so the space spirit bead did not work. But what great array in this world could stop the great emperors? Then there was only one last possibility left. Mo Huang was not in this world. Seeing Li Wui take out the space spirit bead to verify, Yang Kai immediately took out a space spirit bead as well. This space spirit bead was connected to Yu Ru Meng, but after the space principles fluctuated, it encountered the same result as Li Wui. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The great emperors had really disappeared, and they had disappeared at the same time. This was a big mess. If the great emperors did not come out, who could stop the demon saint? Could they have gone to the territory of demons? Li Wui guessed. Yang Kai nodded and said, "It's possible, but how could they have disappeared at the same time?" Yang Kai could not understand this. The great emperors had chased in 10 different directions before, so logically speaking, they should have encountered different things, so how could they have disappeared at the same time? Can you seal it? Li Wui noticed the difference here, so how could Yang Kai not? This didn't seem to be a simple passage connecting two worlds. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a feeling that it was more like the influence of a great world, just like when his own Hung Luo star field was swallowed up by the Grand Desolation star field. "I'll try." Yang Kai nodded gently, flew up, and took a deep breath, his space principles fluctuating. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Yang Kai landed with a pale face and a head full of sweat. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy. In the sky, the black dot had disappeared, clearly sealed, but the contaminated demon land showed no signs of recovery. The demonic chi was everywhere, and the demon intent was clear. Standing here, an ordinary cultivator would feel extremely uncomfortable. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai was stunned. Where is everyone? Nearby, Li Wui and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even the core commanders had disappeared. 90% of the half-saint of demon race was gone, leaving only the Lotus Sisters waiting. Just now, when he was sealing the passage between the two worlds, he noticed some movement below, but at the critical moment of sealing, he didn't pay much attention to it and only noticed it now. Black Lotus stepped forward and handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. "Li Wui asked us to give this to you. He said you will understand after you read it." Yang Kai frowned and took it, his divine sense surging as he probed the jade slip. After a quick scan, his expression changed drastically and he cried out, "How could this be?" Chapter 3701. When the passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, the 10 demon saint from the demon race crossed over, and the great emperors left in hot pursuit. A few days later, a sudden change occurred. The demon race's 10 million troops lost their minds and killed each other. At the same time, the great emperors disappeared, and the demon saint went into hiding. On the same day, in different locations of the 4 territories of the star boundary, there were signs of the connection between the two worlds. The star boundary was eroded by the demon territory, and the heaven and earth barrier was shattered. A large area of beautiful mountains and rivers turned into demon land. The demon race's troops crossed over from different demon land, and with the various demon land as their base, they gradually spread out and invaded the star boundary. The star boundary was in chaos. When Yang Kai was sealing the passage between the two worlds, the various army commanders received information that more than 30 demon land had been born in the 4 territories of the star boundary, and they were scattered all over the place. This was only the information obtained in a short period of time, so the real number was probably even higher. The jade scroll that the Lien sisters gave to Yang Kai already explained everything. The matter was urgent, so Li Wui and the various army commanders could not wait for too long. They left behind a jade scroll explaining the situation and left early. Most of the half-saint from the demon race were taken away by him, and only the Lien sisters, who were familiar with Yang Kai, were left behind to relay the message. Yang Kai had just finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, but before he could digest this sensational news, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade scroll appeared out of thin air. The jade scroll had Bian Yuqing's aura, so it was clearly information sent from the High Heaven Palace. This time, when the GZ army went to the Western Territory, almost all of the High Heaven Palace's cultivators with decent cultivation were taken away by Yang Kai. However, such a large sect had to be guarded by someone, and Bian Yuqing was the person he had left behind to guard the sect. Now that Bian Yuqing had sent a message, there was no doubt that something had happened at the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, probing it with his divine sense. The next moment, his face turned ashen. "You're courting death." Crushing the jade slip, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he was about to return to the GZ army's main camp. Unexpectedly, his vision darkened and he felt dizzy, almost falling to the ground. Just now, in order to seal the passage between the two worlds, he had expended a great deal of energy. At this moment, the demonic chi in his body was a little sluggish. White Lotus reacted quickly and supported him. Yang Kai glanced at the sisters and said in a deep voice, "Take me back to the camp." The Lien sisters nodded and activated their devil chi. They turned into streaks of black light and sped towards the GZ army's main camp. Yang Kai, on the other hand, hurriedly swallowed the elixir and circulated his chi to dissolve the elixir. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the Lien sisters appeared in front of the GZ army's main camp with Yang Kai wrapped around them. The various main towns immediately surrounded them. Hyoji asked in a deep voice, "Master, what happened? Why did the other armies withdraw?" At this moment, the 55 armies of the star boundary had all disappeared, leaving only the GZ army behind. Therefore, this group of people had no idea what had happened. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the jade slip that Li Wui had given him to him. "Take a look at it yourself. Pass this message to each other. Also, pass down my orders to assemble the entire army and return to the Northern Territory." Yang Shao accepted the order and immediately passed it down. The army that was in the midst of recuperating hurriedly got into formation. After a short while, Hyoji handed the jade slip to Xie Wuwei with a grave expression. He looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and asked, "Master, is this true? How could it be false?" Also, Protector Bian sent a message saying that the demon land has appeared 3,000 kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. A large number of demon race members are attacking the High Heaven Palace. When everyone heard this, they immediately became anxious. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the sealed world bead. It transformed into a huge rolling body and bit down ferociously. The GZ army was swallowed into its stomach. They had experienced this before, so they didn't panic. Even if Yang Kai didn't warn them, no one resisted. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hyoji. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "The great emperors are missing. This matter couldn't be hidden. Sooner or later, the whole world would know about it. Since it couldn't be hidden, he could only tell the truth. The others wouldn't mind, but as the son of the great emperors, Hyoji should know about this." Hyoji turned his head with a confused expression. He clearly didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. Yang Kai sighed. "Not long ago, the great emperor's auras disappeared. Army Commander Li and I both tried, but the space spirit bead couldn't teleport to the great emperor's side. They are no longer in this world." Hyoji's face paled. He couldn't believe it. Yang Kai patted his shoulder and said, The great emperors are extremely powerful. Their lives shouldn't be in danger. Perhaps something happened. Hyoji nodded blankly. When the GZ army set off, they had 300,000 soldiers. Now, they had lost 50,000 soldiers. These 50,000 soldiers had died on the battlefield, and their blood dyed the Western Territory red. However, compared to the casualty rate of the demons and the other legions, such a loss was still acceptable. After a while, the GZ army was all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai put away the sealed world bead and stepped out, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already on High Heaven Peak, in his own palace. He had left the space spirit bead in his palace, so he could naturally return quickly. When he reappeared, he felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. The rumbling sounds were endless. Without stopping, Yang Kai rushed out of the door. The High Heaven Palace was in chaos. Streams of light were fleeing from the mountains like headless flies. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array had been activated. World energy lingered on the spirit peaks as white light flashed. Hua Qingxi nodded, took the palace master's order from Bian Yuqing, and continued to maintain the spirit array. Bian Yuqing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The only reason she was still holding on was because of the conviction in her heart. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai appear, Hua Qingxi took the order and her mind relaxed. She directly fainted, her body falling limply to the ground. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took her into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead before instructing the two little wood spirits to take good care of her. Bian Yuqing was only exhausted, but her life was not in danger. She only needed to rest for a while to recover, so Yang Kai was not worried. Person flew over from below. When he came close, he was surprised to see that it was Ji Ying. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, "Brother Yang, what is going on? Where did this demon race come from? Also, why can't I contact Honored Master?" The sudden appearance of the demon race and the sudden attack on the High Heaven Palace made Ji Ying feel that something was wrong. He immediately contacted the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill Palace to ask about the situation, but he could not get in touch with the great emperors at all. He could not even send a message through his jade slip. This was something he had never encountered before. Yang Kai said, "The situation is a bit complicated. I will tell Brother Ji in detail after I solve the immediate crisis." Raising his hand again, 3 figures were summoned from the sealed world bead. They were Qiongqi, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui. Old Qiong, escort Xiao to Dragon Island and inform the 2 elders about this matter. Ask Great Elder and Second Elder to come out and take charge of the situation. This was Li Wu Yi's arrangement. It was mentioned in the jade slip. Li Wu Yi also knew that Yang Kai had a close relationship with Dragon Island. If he stepped in, Dragon Island would definitely not ignore it. Now that the great emperors were all missing, the situation of the Demon Saint was still unknown. If the Demon Saint was still in the star boundary, then the only ones in the world who could compete with them were the 2 elders on Dragon Island. However, the dragon race abided by their ancestral teachings and never left the island easily. It was fine if it was an ordinary dragon race, but Great Elder and Second Elder had not come out for tens of thousands of years. Last time, Second Elder Fu Xiu also came out because he was worried about Yang Xiao. Li Wu Yi was not sure if he could ask them to come out, so he could only leave it to Yang Kai. Seeing that face, this half-saint vaguely felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Yang Kai who had caused havoc in the territory of demons, but why was his hair somewhat white? While he was in a daze, the other party had already formed a series of hand seals, quickly changing them a few times, and slapped down on him. When the palms slapped down, this half-saint only felt that everything around him had become incomparably slow, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped working. Between heaven and earth, only this palm was rapidly expanding in front of his eyes. Flowing time, Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Yang Kai had only learned a superficial knowledge of the principles of time, but this didn't hinder the formidable might of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. Seeing that the palm was about to hit the half-saint, he unexpectedly roared, his face flushed red, and he forcibly broke free from the influence of the principles of time. His big hand grabbed at the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear shook, and like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, it pierced towards Yang Kai. Demon Chi burst forth, and a loud bang resounded. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan, and his body flew out like a kite. In this head-on clash, even though he had taken the initiative, he had still suffered a loss. After all, his cultivation was still lacking. A high-ranked demon king facing off against a half-saint. There was no second person in the world who could do what he did. Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his face pale, and he cut a sorry figure. The half-saint of demon race, however, didn't spare him. He leapt up from his mount, and his spear shot out like a dragon, enveloping Yang Kai in a brilliant spear, and even sealing off the world around him. He sneered, "Die!" Regardless of whether this person in front of him was the Yang Kai who had wreaked havoc in the demon territory, as long as he killed him and brought back his corpse for his clansmen to identify, everything would be clear. As his voice fell, the half-saint of demon race's heart suddenly throbbed, as if something bad was about to happen. At his level of cultivation, when facing danger, he had a mysterious feeling. Perhaps he himself didn't know what kind of danger he was about to face, but before it arrived, he could sense it and avoid it. The last time he had this feeling was when he was a high-rank demon king. At that time, he was facing a powerful enemy and had almost been killed. After so many years, this feeling once again struck his heart. The half-saint of demon race was decisive and immediately withdrew his spear, just in time to see the strange smile on Yang Kai's face. With a few swishes, Yang Kai raised his hand, and several figures appeared out of thin air, each of them exuding an aura not inferior to a half-saint. Just as the half-saint of demon race landed on his mount, he turned his head and found himself surrounded by several people. The 270,000 soldiers were divided into 10 different directions, plowing 10 empty paths on the battlefield outside the High Heaven Palace. Wherever they passed, all the demon race members were killed on the spot. The demon race army had a lot of people, even more than the GZ army, but no one had expected that the enemy would attack from the middle of their army. They were completely unprepared. On the other hand, the GZ army was already prepared. Because of this, it was a one-sided battle. What's more, in the GZ army there were masters above the Emperor realm. The pressure on the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was greatly reduced. When the demon race members who were attacking the sect defending array heard the strange movement behind them, they stopped what they were doing and turned around. What they saw was a stunned expression. Hua Qingxi, who was controlling the sect defending array, and the Southern Gate Army who were repairing the sect defending array couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this. On the day the great emperors disappeared, when the two worlds were connected, hundreds of thousands of human demons fought a decisive battle outside the High Heaven Palace. In this battle, rivers of blood flowed outside the High Heaven Palace, and mountains of corpses were piled up. The scene was so tragic that it wasn't inferior to the battlefield in the Western Territory. In this battle, the GZ army killed countless enemies. Nearly half of the demon race's hundreds of thousands died, and even a half-saint died. It was a heavy loss. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation over there, he saw Hua Qingxi running over in a hurry. "Palace Master, the branch sect is under attack. In addition, Temple Master 1 of the Azure Sun Temple has requested reinforcements. The demon race is attacking the Azure Sun Temple. There is a half-saint among them. The temple is invincible." Yang Kai's face turned cold. The battle in the Western Territory and the great victory in the Astral Realm was originally thought to be a decisive battle. Who knew that the chaotic situation had just begun? Now, the entire Astral Realm was like a house with a broken roof, leaking wind and rain everywhere. It gave people a feeling that the astral realm was on the verge of collapse. Just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple had encountered such a situation. One could imagine what would happen to the other sects. It was too late to pull the GZ army out. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before ordering. All those from the Emperor realm and above who still have the strength to fight, come with me to the branch sect. He turned to look at the Lotus Sisters. I'll have to trouble the two of you to go to the Azure Sun Temple to hold the line. I'll rush over later. The Lotus Sisters naturally had no objection to this. Now that Chang Tian was not here, they could only follow Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai had the space spirit bead that was connected to Gao Xueting, so he immediately urged the space spirit bead to send the Lotus Sisters to Gao Xueting's side. Then, he put the Emperor realm into the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he was already at the space array. Stepping on the array, the space law fluctuated, and he appeared in the Southern Territories branch sect. There were 100,000 disciples in the High Heaven Palace. The number was too many. Even though the High Heaven Palace occupied a large area, it was still not enough to accommodate all of them. Therefore, half of the disciples were accommodated in the branch sect, totaling 50,000 people. However, the situation in the branch sect was the same as before. There were no masters in the branch sect, and they only relied on the sect protecting array to defend against external enemies. When Yang Kai arrived at the branch sect's sect protecting array was rumbling non-stop, but it was still solid and showed no signs of damage. The main reason was that Yang Kai arrived quickly. The demon race had only attacked for a short time before he arrived. Otherwise, the branch sect's sect protecting array would not have lasted for too long. The branch sect's disciples were in a good state of mind. Although they were panicking, they were not in a panic. At this moment, some of the stronger brothers and senior sisters were arranging the troops to fight. They were waiting for the sect protecting array to be broken. They didn't know that Yang Kai had appeared in the space array. Time was running out, so Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything to the branch sect's disciples. Gao Xueting's opponent was a high-rank demon king with a profound cultivation. Logically speaking, it was stronger than Gao Xueting, but Gao Xueting's natal emperor artifact was extraordinary, and this was the star boundary. The world principle's subtle differences made the invading demon race somewhat uncomfortable. So, even though it was slightly stronger, it was still flustered by Gao Xueting's attacks. Even if it wasn't in danger of losing its life, it was still in a difficult situation. The Demon King was furious and was about to use a dangerous secret technique when it suddenly saw a white-haired young man riding a majestic strange beast appear. The white-haired young man was nothing special, but the strange beast's body was filled with the aura of a half-saint. At such a close distance and with such a strange appearance, the high-rank Demon King was so scared that it trembled, and its mind was thrown into chaos. When Zhui Feng glanced at it, the demon qi in its body started to circulate erratically. When Gao Xueting saw this, how could she miss such a good opportunity? The fierce sun true flames gushed out from the fierce sun mirror, burning the Demon King to the brink of collapse. When it managed to resist the power of the flames with great difficulty, a long sword pierced through its vision. It felt a sharp pain in its chest as the long sword pierced through its body. When Gao Xueting circulated her emperor qi, she waved the sharp weapon in her hand and directly cut the Demon King in front of her into pieces. Gao Xueting withdrew her sword and gently waved it, causing the demon blood on the sword to scatter. She swept a glance at Yang Kai and said, "Quite impressive." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you flatter me." His expression turned solemn and he asked, "How's the situation?" Gao Xueting breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, thanks to the help of the two half-saint you called, the temple would be in big trouble this time." Yang Kai looked around and saw that the flames of war were everywhere in Azure Sun Temple. The demon race had already broken in. In other words, the sect protecting array of Azure Sun Temple had been broken. After Yang Kai led hundreds of masters here, it was like a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, and the entire situation changed rapidly. Demon race masters were constantly being killed, and the half-saint of the demon race who was guarding this place couldn't do anything under the joint attack of the Lotus Sisters. He could only parry and had no power to resist. Seeing that the situation was not good, the half-saint let out a long roar and took a hit from the Lotus Sisters. He flashed out of the battlefield and escaped in a panic, but the Lotus Sisters chased after him. With the strongest master escaping, the remaining demon race masters were even less of a threat. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and only a few managed to escape. After a hurried hour, the noisy Azure Sun Temple quieted down. When Zishan, covered in blood, stood in the void, looking at the thousands of years of foundation of the temple, and sighed. Although many demons were killed in this battle, the Azure Sun Temple also suffered a great loss. The corpses of their disciples could be seen everywhere, and they died miserably. Even his army suffered nearly 30% casualties, which could be said to have hurt Yuan Qi. The demonic qi of the dead demon race masters escaped from their bodies and floated in the air, gathering in a certain direction, causing the entire Azure Sun Temple to be filled with yin qi. After meeting with Yang Kai and communicating with both sides, when Zishan learned that the High Heaven Palace had also been attacked by the demon race. However, the High Heaven Palace had a strong army and didn't suffer any losses. Instead, the demon race masters were badly battered. Looking at the several half-saint of the demon race gathered around Yang Kai, when Zishan couldn't help but feel a little jealous. He pulled a long face and coughed lightly. Yang Kai, this king has something to discuss with you. I'll let the Lotus Sisters follow master, Yang Kai said. When Zishan was startled when he heard this, but immediately became overjoyed. That would be best. He originally wanted to poach a half-saint from Yang Kai. Although his army was strong, the only drawback was that he didn't have a half-saint master to oversee it. Normally, it might not be obvious, but if a half-saint of the demon race came, there was no one on his side who could match them. He originally only wanted Yang Kai to keep one half-saint, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to ask for two. When Zishan suddenly felt that they were indeed family, Elder Yang could be anxious for him. Immediately, he cleaned up the battlefield and sorted out the casualties. Yang Kai didn't stay and led a group of people back. Back at the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi and reported that the High Heaven Palace's branch sect and Azure Sun Temple had been attacked by the demon race's army. Not long after, Li Wuyi sent a message. After reading the message, Yang Kai's expression became solemn. As he expected, the entire star boundary was now in turmoil. The two worlds were connected, and a large number of demon land had appeared in the four territories. The demon race's army had crossed over from these demon land and broken into the star boundary, killing and looting. The current situation was much more serious than when the demon race crossed over from the Western Territory. Previously, there was only one passage between the two worlds. Although the demon race was strong, the star boundary only needed to set up a few defenses. But now, the demon race had spread out and spread the flames of war to the entire star boundary in an instant. The 55 armies were a little tired of defending. It wasn't just the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple that were under attack. In just half a day, Li Wuyi had received no less than 30 requests for help. Just in the Northern Territory alone, there were 7. Even if Li Wuyi had a clear mind, he didn't know how to deal with the enemy at this moment. He could only react to every move and try to preserve the yuan qi of the star boundary as much as possible before the great emperors appeared. Knowing that Yang Kai was free, Li Wuyi was overjoyed and asked him to lead the troops to support the 7 places. Yang Kai naturally agreed and immediately gathered the troops. The GZ army had only rested for half a day and had not fully recovered, but at this moment he couldn't care less. He moved the army into the small sealed world and stepped into the High Heaven Palace's space array. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made various arrangements in the past. In order to unify the Northern Territory, he had arranged many space arrays all over the Northern Territory. Now, they finally came in handy. If it weren't for these space arrays, it would have taken a lot of time to rush to each place. The demon race had a large base, but after dividing the army, there weren't many people in each place. This gave Yang Kai an opportunity to destroy them one by one. Yang Kai led the GZ army on a campaign of slaughter. Everywhere they went, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. In just a few days, the GZ army had destroyed no less than 1 million demon race members. But along the way, they also saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the star boundary. Many cities were slaughtered, and many villages were set ablaze. Even some small and medium-sized sects that were not strong were massacred. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and countless humans were fleeing. But in this chaotic world, where could they run to? Running around like headless flies. Once they encountered the demon race, the only thing that awaited them was death. When he encountered these fugitives, if they had the ability to kill the enemy, Yang Kai would keep them and add them to the GZ army. If they weren't strong enough, he would take them into his sealed world bead. Along the way, he had killed many people and his army had expanded by quite a bit. Now, he had recovered to 300,000 soldiers. In the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had taken in no less than 1 million refugees. In a ruined city, Yang Kai stood in front of a house. In the city, flames soared into the sky, corpses littered the streets, and nearly half of the houses in front of him had collapsed. In the house, a woman was completely naked, her lower body was in a mess, and there were many wounds on her body. Her corpse was already cold, and her eyes were wide open. Before she died, her eyes were filled with fear and shock. She turned her head to look to the side, and there was a trace of reluctance in those eyes that were filled with fear. In the place where her eyes were looking, a 3-year-old child was lying in a pool of blood. There was a hole in the child's chest, but there was nothing inside. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, Yang Kai could still imagine the scene at that time. The demon race had attacked, and the mother had desperately protected her child. Chapter 3706. Yang Kai hadn't thought of this. After all, he had stayed in the demon territory for several years and had never seen the demon race having this kind of hobby. But after hearing Fu Ling's words, he felt that it was possible. He hadn't seen it in the demon territory because the demon territory was full of the demon race. Now that the demon race had invaded the star boundary, the situation was completely different from before. If there really was something special, it wouldn't be strange for it to be exposed at this moment. "Let's go!" Yang Kai turned around and shouted. After a short while, a figure descended from the sky. It was Ying Fei. He cupped his fists and said, "Master!" Yang Kai nodded. Space principles fluctuated and wrapped around the two of them, instantly disappearing. At this moment, he had divided the GZ army into 2 groups. One group was led by Baizhua from the south to the north. The other group was led by the embodiment from the east to the west. Baya was still recuperating in the sealed world bead. It would take a while for her to fully recover, so she wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. It wasn't that he was willing to divide the army. The GZ army was indeed powerful, but the demon race was no pushover. This time, all the half-saint soldiers had been mobilized. But now that the northern territory was filled with war, there were too many places that needed to be rescued. Splitting the army would be more efficient. This was a helpless move. The 2 groups of troops crossed each other and headed to various places in the northern territory. He and Ying Fei led the way and inquired about the enemy. Fu Ling insisted on following them, saying that as a flag-bearer of the GZ army, she couldn't be too far away from the army commander. Yang Kai didn't want to be entangled with her, so he simply brought her along. They had only investigated the first city, but they had already witnessed such a tragedy. The blood in the city hasn't completely dried up yet. The demon race shouldn't have left for too long. "Master, please go this way." When it came to tracking, Ying Fei was an expert, and Yang Kai would never be able to match him. Following the direction Ying Fei pointed, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he sped forward. From afar, Yang Kai saw a huge black spot in the sky. It was as black as ink, and the demonic chi was awe-inspiring. From that black spot, the aura of another world seeped out. Ing Fei came to a realization. It seems like they want to return to that devil's den. Yang Kai snorted. Let's go take a look. Ever since they returned from the Western Territory, Yang Kai had been leading the army everywhere in the Northern Territory. He hadn't had the time to investigate what was going on in the demon land under the ink dots. Although he had seen it in the Western Territory before, he had sealed the ink spot in the Western Territory as soon as it opened. The demon race that had crossed over from the ink spot had either died or fled. However, although the gap between the two worlds had been sealed, the eroded ink spots had not disappeared. Yang Kai really wanted to know what was different about the ink spots in the Northern Territory. Now that he had chased the enemy here, it was a good time to investigate. There was no need for Ing Fei to guide him. There were traces of the army along the way, and they were heading straight for the Devil's Den. Thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered a few times before he arrived. Standing in the void, Yang Kai frowned as he looked around. In his field of vision, the old demon territory was everywhere. Within the demon land, the trees were withered and the grass was withered. It was as if he was really in the demon land, giving him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Yang Kai had obtained the Bright Moon's legacy and was recognized by the will of heaven and earth. No matter where he was in the star boundary, his perception was unmatched by ordinary people. However, in the demon land in front of him, he couldn't sense any star boundary aura. In other words, the demon land's expansion was no longer in the star boundary, but in the demon territory. Not only that, within the demon land, the laws of heaven and earth were slightly fluctuating, invisible to the naked eye. Along with the fluctuation, the demon land's area was also quietly expanding. Only Yang Kai could sense this. If it were any other fake emperor, they probably wouldn't be able to discover anything. The demon land's expansion was very slow, but it was indeed expanding, constantly eroding the star boundary's territory. This should be the foundation of a certain sect. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and there were many pavilions and terraces in the forest. It should have been a beautiful place, but the ink spots in the sky just happened to appear above this sect. The entire sect's territory, including the surrounding 10,000 kilometers, had long been transformed into the demon land. Vaguely, miserable howls and cries could be heard from one of the mountain peaks. Yang Kai was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating, but when he listened carefully, there was indeed a sound. There were still people alive. Yang Kai originally thought that wherever the demon race went, they would definitely exterminate all living beings in the star boundary. Even if they didn't kill them, they would let the demonic chi erode them and turn them into demons. He didn't expect that there were still people alive, but he didn't know what they had encountered. At this moment, the cries were incomparably miserable. Yang Kai tilted his head and listened to the sound to determine its location. After a while, his figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a valley. The valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Many members of the demon race had gathered. At this moment, these demon race members were busy in full swing. Inside the valley, there were many large cauldrons. The cauldrons were filled with boiling hot water and boiling oil. Some demons were carrying human corpses that had been disemboweled, throwing them into hot water or boiling oil. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and the entire valley was filled with a strange and nauseating smell. On the other side of the valley, a group of hundreds of people were tied up. The demon race members were strictly guarding them. From time to time, a demon race member would come forward with a sharp weapon, pull out a person, and directly stab them to death. Then they would drag them to the side and deal with them. Seeing their clansmen being killed with their own eyes and their corpses thrown into the pot, the people who were still alive were incomparably pale. They had long been scared out of their wits. The cries and cries came from here, mixed with many people begging for mercy and cursing. Chapter 3707. Any cultivator in the world who reached the Emperor realm would have the qualifications to establish their own sect. The Water Cloud sect had only been established recently, and there was only one person in the Emperor realm, the sect master Yuan Mao. Under normal circumstances, Ing Fei wouldn't have known about this person. He was one of the 32 monster kings in the ancient wildlands, and his cultivation was comparable to a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. How could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master enter his eyes? However, in the past 10 years, the GZ army had been building up and recruiting soldiers in the Northern Territory. Ing Fei had been instructed by Hyoji to send a recruitment letter to the Water Cloud sect, hoping that the Water Cloud sect would contribute to the GZ army. However, when the people he sent returned to the High Heaven Palace, they didn't bring back a single soldier. They only brought back some supplies, saying that the Water Cloud sect was showing respect to the GZ army. The GZ army's recruitment wasn't compulsory, and it was completely voluntary. Those who were willing to join could join, and those who weren't, Hyoji wouldn't force them. At that time, he made this decision in consideration of the reputation of Yang Kai and the GZ army. Therefore, when the Water Cloud sect refused to join the GZ army, Ing Fei didn't pay any more attention to it. Since he was in charge of this matter, he naturally remembered. Actually, it wasn't just the Shuiyun sect. There were many sects and schools in the world that were just like the Shuiyun sect, indifferent to the war between the two realms. After all, the two-realm battlefield was in the western regions. Everyone felt that even if the sky fell, the great emperors would be there to hold it up. No matter what, they wouldn't be pressured. The battlefield was so far away from them, so why risk their lives to go to the western regions and fight to the death with the demon race? No one expected that one day the situation would change. The Western Territory was no longer the battlefield between the two worlds, and the flames of war had ignited everywhere in the 4 territories of the star boundary. "Where's your father?" Ing Fei asked. He couldn't sense the presence of the Emperor realm in this group of people. Naturally, he knew that Yuan Mao wasn't here. Moreover, judging from Yuan Wenlong's mournful expression, Yuan Mao was probably dead. As expected, Yuan Wenlong's eyes reddened. He gnashed his teeth and said, "My father was killed by the demon race." Ing Fei sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Although Yuan Mao hadn't accepted his own army's invitation to recruit soldiers back then, and the Shuiyun sect hadn't sent a single soldier either, their selfishness and self-preservation being clear as day. But who in this world wouldn't think for themselves? As the saying goes, every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Ing Fei didn't have any ill feelings towards the Water Cloud sect and Yuan Mao. He just didn't think much of them. If the Water Cloud sect had accepted the recruitment invitation and sent their elites to the GZ army, they wouldn't have been able to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, at the very least, they would have been able to preserve some of their Yuan Qi. They wouldn't have lost their inheritance, and they might have had a chance to make a comeback in the future. But now, Yuan Mao was dead, and most of their elites were probably gone. The Water Cloud sect was probably going to be wiped out from the Northern Territory. This was why Ing Fei sighed. Yuan Wenlong didn't understand and asked respectfully, "How should I address my 2 benefactors?" Ing Fei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Eagle Town's main commander, Ing Fei, under the GZ army." Although it was of great help to his cultivation, and his attainments in the laws of space had deepened, to the point where even Li Wu-Yi felt inferior, his cultivation did not improve much. But now, after more than 10 years, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization in the Water Cloud sect's main hall. It was as if he had become the heavens and earth. Yang Kai was angry, and the heavens and earth were angry. Thunder exploded on the flat ground, rumbling in all directions. Yang Kai's aura, which was already powerful to begin with, clearly increased by a lot. Without thinking, Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, but he did not slap any demon king. Instead, he slapped the void. With a single slap, the heavens and earth collapsed. With his palm as the center, An incomparably huge suction force pulsed, pulling in everything around him. With a series of crashing sounds, the tables and chairs in the main hall, as well as the pillars on the walls, all flew into the void and disappeared. The demon kings who had rushed over, whether they were mid-rank or high-rank demon kings, were unable to control their bodies at this moment. Each and every one of them had a look of horror on their faces as they flew along with the tables and chairs to a certain point in the void. Even the blood demon sitting at the top was not spared. Although he was more than 20 meters away from Yang Kai, after that palm strike, his body was still sent flying uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his body. As for the succubus demon beside him, it was only a demon commander and was simply unable to resist such a huge suction force. Its body drifted, and with a cry of alarm, it was directly sucked into the void, disappearing without a trace. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. With a loud roar, the blood mist on the blood demon's body surged, and his blood essence spurted out like crazy, turning into a mass of blood light as he tried to break free from that huge suction force. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to withdraw. He could only watch as his body flew forward bit by bit. Turning his head to look, he saw that the main hall was in a mess. The magnificent building had been completely destroyed, and there seemed to be an invisible beast in the void, devouring everything. Everything that entered the mouth of that beast, whether it was a demon king or an inanimate object, mysteriously disappeared. At this moment of life and death, the blood demon bit the tip of his tongue, turning his blood essence into a blood arrow, and shot it towards Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai frowned. After feeling this murderous intent, his mind was immediately pulled out of that strange state. Tilting his head, he dodged the blood arrow attack. With this move, the mysterious palm he sent out lost its momentum. The collapsed void turned into a small black dot, which rapidly shrank into nothingness. Nihility was a means of self-protection. By merging one's body into the void and concealing all auras, even those stronger than Yang Kai would find it difficult to find him if they were not careful. The nihility technique could also be used to avoid fatal attacks. Yang Kai had encountered many powerful enemies over the years and had relied on nihility to protect himself many times. Exile was the use of the space principles to connect to the void and banish the enemy into the void. Needless to say, teleportation was the most practical secret technique for escaping and chasing. The collapse technique that Yang Kai had comprehended was somewhat similar to exile, but the difference was that exile only banished the enemy into the void. If the banished person was lucky enough, they could still struggle at death's door in the void. Although they could not avoid the fate of death in the end, there was always a glimmer of hope. Perhaps a blind cat would run into a dead mouse and be able to escape from the void. There were all kinds of strange things in the Great Thousand Worlds, so this kind of thing was not impossible. Shang Yuzhu, whom Yang Kai had rescued from Temple Luo sect, had survived in the void for tens of thousands of years. She was a character who had participated in the last struggle for the Great Tao. Chapter 3709. The collapse technique had nothing to do with void cracks. Once it was used, heaven and earth would collapse. Under the pressure of the huge space force, everything would collapse to the size of a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye and unable to be scanned by divine sense. It was a true destruction technique. This was the difference between collapse and exile. If it was said that exile could still allow one to survive in the midst of death, then collapse meant certain death. Yang Kai walked towards the blood demon. The blood demon was trembling all over as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had crossed over from the demon domain, and his subordinates were strong and powerful. The star boundary cultivators he had encountered over the past few days couldn't even withstand a single blow. There was no one within a radius of 100,000 kilometers that could stand up to him, causing him to think that the star boundary was nothing more than this. Only now did he understand what despair and fear were. How could he know that? Because they had to deal with the war in the Western Territory. Most of the Star Boundary's elites had joined the army. How could there be any powerhouses left? Under the restraint of the Space Force, the blood demon couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his neck, lifting him up. Yang Kai, the blood demon roared. You are now part of the demon race. Why? Before he could finish, his eyes suddenly widened. Yang Kai's hand had turned into a knife and stabbed into his chest. The unbearable pain drained the blood from his face and he trembled all over. Inside his chest, his heart felt like it was being squeezed by a strong hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, I am a human. The big hand slowly withdrew from the blood demon's chest, causing the blood demon to tremble even more violently. With a puff, something seemed to be torn off. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a fist-sized demon heart had appeared in his hand. Above the demon heart, there was a pitch-black demonic chi lingering. It had just been taken out, but it was still beating, making thumping sounds. Yang Kai brought the demon heart to his mouth. Although the demon heart in the blood demon's chest had been taken out, he wouldn't die immediately. The powerful demon race would always refine more than one demon heart. Seeing this, the blood demon cried out in alarm, What are you doing? Yang Kai didn't answer, but a grin appeared on his face as he bit down. Immediately, a piece of the demon heart in his hand, blood spraying everywhere. The blood demon was stunned. Although he liked to eat people's hearts, it was only recently. When he was in the territory of the demon race, where was there a human heart? He didn't feel anything when he ate someone else's heart. But now, someone was eating his demon heart right in front of him. Seeing this scene in front of him, his heart was filled with fear. It was simply indescribable. Looking at the evil grin on Kai Yang's face, he felt that the person in front of him was even more demonic than himself. Although Yang Kai hadn't completely become the demon race, after all, his emperor chi had been turned into demonic chi. So his temperament had been somewhat affected. Normally, it didn't matter, but if he was stimulated, his demon heart would naturally act up and become evil. After chewing a few times, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of mush onto the blood demon's face. The powerful force behind this action actually knocked the blood demon's head back. Disgusting. Yang Kai stared at the blood demon gloomily. You should rejoice. I was planning to eat your demon hearts one by one, but now it's too difficult to swallow, so you'll be able to enjoy yourself. As soon as his words fell, Yang Kai madly poured his demonic chi into the blood demon's body. Every moment, a large number of demon race members would fall to the ground and die. Just as he was in the mood to kill, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from more than 10 li away. His hands stopped moving and he listened carefully. A moment later, his figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the place where the fighting came from. This place was in front of a cave. Tens of thousands of demon race members had gathered outside the cave and were fiercely attacking the cave. The mountain peak where the cave was located was on the verge of collapse. At the front of the cave, Fu Ling and Ing Fei were fighting fiercely. The corpses of the demon race members on the ground had already piled up into a small mountain. However, although their cultivation wasn't weak and it wasn't difficult for them to break through the encirclement, it was beyond their power to kill all the demon race members. What's more, there were many people in the cave who had been captured by the demon race. The two of them were guided by Yuan Wenlong in the mountain valley before and came to this cave to rescue people. But before they could rescue them, they were surrounded by the demon race members and trapped inside the cave. A fierce battle immediately ensued. With a creaking sound, the mountain peak behind them was about to collapse, causing Shilei and Fu Ling to become anxious. If the mountain were to collapse, not many of the people who were abducted from the cave would be able to survive. However, they had no way to stop it. Just as they were feeling anxious, they sensed Yang Kai's aura suddenly appear beside them. Turning their heads, they saw Yang Kai appear. Immediately, their anxiety was swept away and they focused on dealing with the enemy in front of them. Yang Kai flashed into the cave and returned after a few breaths. All the captured people in the cave had been stored in his sealed world bead. After nodding lightly to Ing Fei and Fu Ling, The two of them understood and immediately felt that the shackles binding them had been removed, so they immediately let loose. Just now, because they were worried about the group of people behind them, neither Ying Fei nor Fu Ling dared to use their full strength, but now that this restriction was gone, their anger erupted in an instant. With a furious roar, Ying Fei transformed into his original form. A gigantic demonic beast that was over 100 meters long appeared. His wings flapped, and the astral wind transformed into blades that slashed out in all directions. Before he could even get close, the demon clan in front of him had already been sliced into pieces by the sharp wind blades, and their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Wherever Ying Fei flew, the wind blades would slash, turning the demon race's army into a sea of blood. Fu Ling also revealed his dragon body. The purple dragon of the seventh step flew in the sky, spewing out large amounts of purple dragon breath from his mouth. Wherever the dragon breath passed, as long as it was contaminated, the demon clan would turn into purple sculptures and become stiff on the spot, unable to move. Tens of thousands of members of the demon race were instantly scattered, fleeing for their lives. With a rumbling sound, a team of several hundred people emerged from the other side of the mountain, led by none other than the young sect master of Watercloud sect, Yuan Wenlong. After being rescued by Yang Kai and the others, he had been resting in the mountain valley for a while, so when he heard the commotion here, how could he not know what had happened? Although he had not fully recovered, the demon race had slaughtered his home, his sect, and his hatred for the demon race had already seeped into his bones. He immediately led a few hundred people out to avenge the deaths of his fellow sect members. Chapter 37:10. The semicircular gap was flat, as if someone had cut it with a sharp weapon, making the top of the mountain look like an upside-down crescent moon. Ying Fei and Fu Ling were a little stunned, not knowing how Yang Kai had done it. With Yang Kai's ability, it wouldn't be surprising if he had smashed the mountain into pieces, but he had made a semicircular gap in it, which was somewhat puzzling. Master, can we leave this place first? If we are too late, I'm afraid everyone won't be able to hold on. Yuan Wenlong looked at the hundreds of people from the Watercloud sect who were still alive with a worried expression. These hundreds of people weren't very strong. After being captured by the demon race, their cultivations were sealed, and after staying in the demon land for a few days, they were all showing signs of discomfort. At this moment, most of them were breathing heavily, and a violent and evil aura was faintly emitting from their bodies. The demon land was filled with demon intent, silently eroding their minds at all times. This process wasn't fast, but it definitely wasn't slow either. After going through a great battle just now, these hundreds of people's minds were agitated, and the process of being eroded by the demon intent accelerated. If they stayed here any longer, most of them would become the demon race and become demons. That was why Yuan Wenlong wanted to take them away from here as soon as possible. Seeing this, Yang Kai naturally understood the worries in his heart and nodded. Relax your minds, don't resist. His big hand moved forward, and under the cover of his divine sense, he took these hundreds of people into the sealed world bead. A moment later, 3 figures soared into the sky. In the sky, the passage connecting the two worlds had been sealed by Yang Kai, but the black dots and the demon land couldn't be eliminated. The situation was exactly the same as what happened a few days ago in the Western Territory, which made Yang Kai feel a little uneasy. The demon race that escaped from the Watercloud sect did not even take 5 days before they were surrounded and killed by the GZ army. If the hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, they might be able to fight against the GZ army. However, if they were scattered, they would only give the GZ army a chance to defeat them one by one. They didn't encounter any decent resistance at all. Hundreds of thousands of demon race members were either killed or injured. Very few managed to escape. The army did not stop. They continued to split into 2 groups, crossing each other as they advanced into the depths of the Northern Territory. Along the way, Yang Kai had sealed more than a dozen passages between the two worlds. The GZ army soldiers were strong and powerful, and they rarely met any worthy opponents. Only a half-saint could stop the GZ army's attacks. In some places, there was even more than one half-saint, which was really a headache. At the same time, in the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, and even the Western Territory, the 55 armies of the star boundary turned into 55 steel blades, galloping across the entire star boundary. Almost every day, large-scale battles broke out. Both the human and demon races suffered heavy casualties. Countless cities and sects were destroyed, and hundreds of millions of lives were lost. Half a month later, the situation of the entire star boundary was clear. Currently, there were a total of 108 black dots in the star boundary. They were evenly distributed across the 4 territory of the star boundary, and the number coincided with the number of days, which was really alarming. There was still no news from the great emperors. However, the star boundary side had also found out that the demon saint had also disappeared without a trace. Now, in the 4 territory of the astral boundary, there were 108 demon dens. Every one of them had a demon race army stationed there. Although many demon race in the demon dens had been eliminated in the past month, the demon land still remained. Even the astral boundary's laws of heaven and earth could not repair it. The demon race in some demon dens had already evacuated in advance before the astral boundary's army arrived. They gathered in a larger demon den, causing the astral boundary's army to miss. Most of the demon dens were still manageable. After all, the number of half-saint in the demon territory was limited. Not every demon den had a half-saint overseeing it. For example, in the Water Cloud sect, there was no half-saint powerhouse. Yang Kai could single-handedly turn the place upside down. However, some demon dens overseen by a half-saint were more difficult to deal with. Among them, there were more than one half-saint overseeing demon dens. There were a total of 10 demon dens overseen by more than one half-saint. The demon race attached great importance to these 10 demon dens. There were at least 4 or 5 half-saint in each of them. Song Lang City in front of them was one of them. These 10 demon dens were where the ink dots first appeared in the astral boundary that day. It was also where the 7 great emperors, Yu Meng, and the others disappeared along with the demon saint. Song Lang City alone was enough to hold back the GZ army, preventing them from diverting their attention to other matters. The same was true for the other 9 demon dens. These 10 demon dens were enough to prevent the 30 armies of the astral boundary from acting rashly. They could only divide their forces to defend against the demon race. At this point, anyone could see that these 10 demon dens were extremely important to the demon race. The demon land could ignore the other demon dens, but these 10 demon dens had to be conquered. As long as they could conquer these 10 demon dens, no matter what schemes the demon race had, it would be difficult to carry them out. However, how difficult would it be to conquer them? Based on the current situation of the various armies in the astral boundary, it was no different from a pipe dream. These 10 demon dens were also scattered across the 4 territories of the astral boundary. Among them, 3 were in the Northern Territory, 3 were in the Southern Territory, and 2 were in the Eastern Territory and Western Territory. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Gathering all the powerhouses in one place and finishing everything in one go might not be a bad idea." Bingyu nodded and said, "I've also thought about what you said. We have the Space Spirit Bead and the One Realm Bead. Our mobility is far greater than the demon races. If we can gather 10 fake Emperor-level powerhouses, we might be able to eat this fat piece of meat in front of us. However, once they leave, what will happen to the armies under them?" In just 3 breaths of time, Qian Chong's entire body had completely collapsed, and a small black suddenly formed in the void. The 3 rings of fire flew towards Yang Yen and wrapped around his white wrist. Just as he was about to say something to Yang Kai with a smile on his face, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Be careful! Kong." The small black dot suddenly expanded, exploding into countless figures, each of which looked exactly like Qian Chong. There were tens of thousands of figures, and each of them had the same aura, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. The tens of thousands of figures scattered in all directions. Li Wuyi and Yang Yen attacked together, and before the figures could even run a few steps, more than half of them were eliminated. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, feeling as if he was being stared at by a great monster. Looking up, he saw a figure rapidly rushing towards him. In the eyes of this figure, there was an unforgettable hatred and determination to perish together with him. A trapped beast's desperate struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his wrist, summoning the mountains and rivers bell. With a light flick of his finger, a melodious sound rang out, and a world-suppressing power swept out in all directions. Yang Yen saw his cheeky smile and stretched out a hand to poke his forehead. Li Wuyi nodded. "If there is news from the great emperors, reply immediately." Saying so, he wrapped Yang Yen with his emperor qi and retreated towards the passage between the 2 worlds. In the sky above Surging Waves City, the expressions of the few semi-saints were uncertain. When the mountains and rivers bell rang for the first time, they all thought that Yang Kai was about to die, but the ringing of the bell didn't stop. It rang a few dozen times in a row, and there was no sign of it slowing down, which made them feel that something was wrong. At this time, the bell stopped ringing and the several half-saint were discussing whether to send people in to check the situation. Suddenly, they saw 2 figures appear under the black dot. The half-saint was shocked and looked over. One demon shouted in a low voice, "Li Wuyi!" Li Wuyi glanced at them faintly before his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. The several half-step sages watched as Li Wuyi fled, none of them making a move to stop him. Of course, Li Wuyi's strength was terrifying, but the main reason was that they knew that even if they tried to stop him, they wouldn't be able to. In this world, if Li Wuyi wanted to leave, no one could stop him except for the demon saint. This person was like Yang Kai, proficient in the law of space and could come and go like the wind. However, he was much more terrifying than Yang Kai because he was a genuine false emperor. They looked at each other in dismay and realized that Qian Chong's fate was likely to be sealed. After Li Wuyi and Yang Yen left, Yang Kai immediately sealed the passage between the 2 worlds. Although he estimated that the demon race wouldn't send people to chase after him, he still had to be careful. After the passage between the 2 worlds was sealed, Yang Kai had the time to look around. The world laws of this continent were not small, but he wasn't sure which continent he was on. Although he had visited almost all the continents in the demon race's territory in the past, except for a few continents with obvious characteristics, the others were more or less the same. If he didn't ask someone, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. However, this didn't matter. In any case, he was going to devour it, so who cares which continent it was? Before devouring, Yang Kai first tried to use the space spirit bead to contact Yu Rumeng and the 7 great emperors. He already had the space spirit bead that could contact Yu Rumeng, and from Li Wuyi he obtained 7 more space spirit beads that could contact the great emperors. As long as any one of them was on this continent, he would be able to contact them. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the space spirit bead didn't respond to him at all. However, he wasn't too disappointed. There were so many continents in the demon race's territory. Chapter 37:14. Yang Kai was a high-rank demon king. Although he had yet to reach the level of absolute law, it still depended on who he was facing. His words contained the power of his divine sense, So how could this Yuan Qi realm demon race resist? Sitting down, the demon race's face turned ashen. This guy in front of him didn't even move a finger, but just a few words were enough to make him unable to resist. He also understood that he definitely wasn't a match for this guy, so he immediately lost hope and sighed, I still can't avoid it. Yang Kai chuckled. What do you want to avoid? The demon race straightened his neck and said, Do it. Saying so, he actually closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Facing this guy in front of him was like an ant facing a giant dragon. There was no way for him to resist. You think I want to kill you? Yang Kai sized him up with interest, looking at the faint burning aura in this demon race's body. He should be a flame demon. Isn't that so? The flame demon opened his eyes and frowned. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and said, Let me ask you something. If you answer clearly, I'll spare your life. If you don't, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. The flame demon thought that there was actually a chance of survival in a situation where he was certain death. His heart moved, but he tactfully didn't discuss any conditions with Yang Kai and straightforwardly said, Ask away. What happened to this continent? Why did the demon race on this continent all die out? You don't know? The flame demon was stunned. Such a big thing had happened on this continent. Almost all the demon race knew about it, so how could this guy in front of him not know? Why would I ask you if I knew? Yang Kai's face turned cold. The flame demon saw that his expression wasn't right and his heart jumped, but he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly told him everything he knew. The change in this continent started 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the half-saint realm expert in charge of this continent gathered all the demon race experts who had reached the demon spirit realm. The so-called demon spirit realm corresponded to the cultivation of the human race, which was the origin returning realm. There was a total of 3 million soldiers. Afterwards, the 3 million soldiers were divided into 10 groups. Under the orders of the half-saint, they conquered the continent and slaughtered the remaining demon race members. All the members of the demon race who were above the demon spirit realm had been taken away, leaving only a few people who were not up to par. Even though there were many of them, how could they be a match for this army of tigers and wolves? For a full 8 years, the continent was in a state of carnage. The original billions of living beings were all massacred, and all the demon race members were buried on the spot. 2 years later, the world shook and the passage between the two worlds opened, resulting in the current situation. Although the Balrog before him had a low cultivation base, he had managed to avoid a calamity because he had been cultivating in the underground magma. It was only when he came out of seclusion that he gradually understood the changes in the continent. How would he dare to stay outside? He immediately fled back to his seclusion ground and went into hiding. When Yang Kai arrived, the rolling stone appeared and swallowed the world. He couldn't hide anymore and could only escape. In the end, he was captured by Yang Kai. After hearing his story, Yang Kai was surprised. You're saying that the demon race on this continent was killed by you people? The flame demon frowned, thinking, What do you mean by we? Are you not a member of the demon race? When he saw Yang Kai's demonic chi, he was certain that he was a member of the demon race. However, his strength was too low and he couldn't see through this guy's background. Yes, the flame demon nodded. In order to deal with the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent, they had set up the Great Blood Sea Formation and sacrificed the entire demon race of the Eternal Heaven continent. Looking at the big picture through a tube, the actions of the demon race this time could not be considered strange. If there was a chance in the future to settle the war between the two realms, he would have to carefully discuss it with Ru Meng and the others. At the very least, he would have to restrain their subordinates. Yang Kai did not stay idle while the rolling body devoured the continents. The flames of war were everywhere in the star boundary, so the mobility of the star boundary army was very high. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of this rare time to refine more one-realm beads. As long as there were enough one-realm beads, the star boundary army would be able to come and go like the wind. At times, they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. Originally, he had chosen to refine one-realm beads from the dead stars and large meteorites in the territory of the lower planes. The size of the dead stars and meteorites would determine the size of the space inside the refined one-realm bead. However, he was currently unable to leave and go to the territory of the lower planes. Therefore, he could only rely on the sealed world bead to think of a solution. Fortunately, he had sufficient experience in stripping the second territory. After calming down and thinking about it, he felt that it should not be a difficult matter. He could not move the territory of the first territory. Currently, the territory of the first territory was overcrowded with people except for the medicine garden. There was not enough space in the first place, let alone stripping it. In that case, he could only start from the third territory. The third territory was formed from the continents within the territory of the devouring devils. It contained the laws of heaven and earth within the territory of the devouring devils. The demon race could survive there without any hindrance. However, if a non-demon race lived there for a long time, they would definitely be eroded by the demonic intent and become demonic creatures. If a person's temperament was not strong enough, they might even lose their mind and not recognize their own family. As soon as this object appeared, the expression of Zhan Wu Hen, who had been as calm as an ancient well, changed. He only felt a monstrous evil aura rushing towards him. Moreover, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but recall the day when he saw the big hand that stretched out from the void above Songlang City. At this moment, the evil aura gave off a similar feeling to that big hand. He had never figured out where that big hand came from, and only now did he understand. Looking at it with rapt attention, a trace of dark red light flashed in his eyes. Seeing through the layers of obstacles, he could clearly see the shape of the object in Huang Wuji's hand. It was a green, withered, and broken palm. The palm was cut off at the wrist, and the cut was very clean, as if it had been cut off by someone with a sharp weapon. No one knew how many years had passed, but there was no longer any blood flowing out from the cut on the palm. However, when the broken palm appeared, a monstrous, evil aura surged out. Zhan Wu Hen was surprised. Just by looking at the power of this broken palm, he could imagine what kind of cultivation level the owner of this palm had. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, who had already reached the peak of the martial Tao, seemed to see a new door open in front of him when he saw this broken palm. For a moment, his emotions were in turmoil, and he couldn't control himself, his body trembling slightly. Huang Wuji sneered. "Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy." Zhan Wu Hen's body trembled even more. He lowered his head, and the hair on his forehead cast a thick shadow in front of his eyes. He chuckled. "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. It's all true." Huang Wuji saw him muttering to himself, but he didn't know what he was muttering about. However, the way he looked at him, as if he didn't put him in his eyes, made him furious. He said in a cold voice, "Stubborn." As he spoke, he raised the broken palm and slammed it down in Zhan Wu Hen's direction. A green light flashed out of the broken palm, turning into a giant green palm, and slammed into the red light. In an instant, the light overflowed, and the inexplicable space changed, as if it could collapse at any time. As the palm slammed down, the red light, which had a slight advantage, suddenly swayed and retreated. The black light took advantage of the situation and immediately seized the opportunity. Within the red light, Zhan Wu Hen's body was lowered, and his face was slightly pale. However, he roared and released a strong fighting spirit. He forced himself to straighten his body, and the fluctuating red light quickly stabilized. "You're courting death." Huang Wuji was shocked by Zhan Wu Hen's willpower, and once again slammed down with the broken palm. The red light retreated again. After 3 palms, Zhan Wu Hen's mouth was overflowing with blood. The red light, which had the upper hand, was now suppressed to within 10 feet of him. Basically, every living creature on every continent had died, except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape the disaster. However, Yongkai hadn't encountered more than 10 such demon race in a year. No one stopped him, no one resisted him. He only needed to go to those continents and let Rolling Stone devour them. The demon race had completely abandoned their homeland. And as he devoured, Rolling Stone's body grew bigger and bigger, and his devouring speed also became faster and faster. Yongkai could clearly feel that the third territory in the small sealed world was gradually becoming complete. He didn't have this feeling before, but when the continents in the demon territory were devoured to a certain extent, Yongkai suddenly had a realization. The entire demon territory was originally one, but for some unknown reason, it was split into different continents, separated by the void, and could only be traversed through the world gate. Now, Rolling Stone was devouring and fusing them together, which was tantamount to a process of destruction and reconstruction. When this feeling truly reached completion, it would be time for the last continent in the demon territory to be devoured. And that time was not far away. But so far, Yongkai still hadn't been able to contact any of the great emperors or Yuru Meng. Somehow, Yongkai felt that they weren't in the demon territory. If they weren't in the star boundary, and they weren't in the demon territory, where could they be? Could they be in a void crack? But void cracks were vast and boundless. Even with the space spirit bead in hand, Yongkai wasn't sure if he could contact them. But in any case, once everything in the demon territory was over, Yongkai planned to enter the void to search. If he could find them, that would be for the best, but if not, he could only think of other ways. Outside the ancient battlefield, he didn't feel anything. But when Yongkai stepped into the battlefield, he suddenly felt that his thoughts had stagnated. Not only did his thoughts stop, but even everything around him became extremely slow. Knowing that this was the influence of the laws of time, Yongkai immediately used his divine sense to protect himself and barely got rid of it. Continuing forward, the deeper he went, the stronger the laws of time became. After just 1,000 feet, Yongkai felt that he couldn't move. It wasn't a restriction, but the transmission of thoughts in his mind was infinitely delayed. Often, it would take a long time for his body to react. He couldn't help but be shocked by the horror of the principles of time. After so many years, it still had such power. What kind of scene was it at its peak? But now, Yongkai was sure of one thing: the principles of time here were really left behind by the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In other words, when the Flowing Time Great Emperor left the Divine Palace, he really entered the demon territory, and then fought an earth-shattering battle with an unknown master before finally leaving with serious injuries. However, before he could return to the Divine Palace, the Flowing Time Great Emperor died from his injuries, the Great Emperors died, the Endless Hourglass returned to the Divine Palace on its own, and the Great Emperor's corpses fell into the Eastern Sea. Countless years later, their bones were scattered all over the Eastern Sea and were obtained by the monster race in the sea. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yongkai's mind, but he couldn't find a way to answer them. Suddenly, he wondered if the collapse of the demon territory into continents had anything to do with the war back then. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but who could figure it out? Suppressing his troubled mind, he walked forward step by step. He walked extremely slowly, his every movement like a wooden puppet. The principles of time washed over his soul, making Yongkai feel like a day was passing like a year. The first 1,000 feet took Yongkai a day to walk, but the next 1,000 feet took him more than 10 days. However, when he arrived here, Yongkai's face suddenly changed. Because there was another force in this ancient battlefield that was entangled with the remaining principles of time here. He hadn't noticed it before because he was at the edge, but now that he had walked a little more, he immediately noticed it. In the battle tens of thousands of years ago, the great emperors fell, and the fate of the great emperor's enemies was unknown, but the remnant chi of the two had been fighting here until now, and they were still evenly matched. If Yongkai hadn't come, perhaps it wouldn't have been a big deal. Just these two forces raging in this ancient battlefield had long since formed a strange balance. But when Yongkai divided his attention to investigate this place, He had inadvertently broken this balance and allowed these two terrifying forces to find an outlet to vent. Chapter 37:18. Having narrowly escaped death, Yang Kai's face was pale and he felt something sticky under his nose. He raised his hand and wiped it, only to find that his palm was full of blood. Although he had successfully escaped, recalling the experience just now, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. There was only one question in his heart. Who was the one who fought the Flowing Time Great Emperor in a life and death battle with the Great Emperors? It must be known that the Flowing Time Great Emperor stood at the peak of the entire star boundary. Even other Great Emperors could only look up to him, just like the difference between the Great Emperors Wukong of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors of the same period. Perhaps the Flowing Time Great Emperor was even stronger. An opponent who could fight a life and death battle with him must have reached the same level. Could it be the legendary Great Demon God? Yang Kai frowned. The first time he knew the name of the Great Demon God was in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World. He had followed the barbarian race to the north and south, fighting a life and death battle with the demon race. At the last moment, the evergreen divine tree had sacrificed itself to seal the gap between the two worlds. From that gap, a giant palm had struck out, almost ruining the evergreen divine tree's efforts. Everything in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World was based on what had really happened in various eras. The ancient barbarian demon race really did exist, but the process was certainly different from what Yang Kai had experienced. But since the Great Demon God's palm had been in the Thousand Illusionary Dream World, it meant that the Great Demon God really did exist in that era. Later, Yang Kai played the trick of injuring himself and followed Yu Rumeng to become the demon race's territory. He had asked her about the Great Demon God, but who would have thought that when he mentioned it, Yu Rumeng's face would change dramatically and she would tell Yang Kai not to mention these three words in the future. These three words seemed to be a taboo in the territory of the demon race. Later, Yang Kai forgot to inquire about the Great Demon God, because in the past few years in the territory of the demon race, he had never heard anyone mention the Great Demon God. The strongest in the territory of the demon race were the 12 Demon Saint and the Lord of the 100 Spirit Continent, Demon Dragon Chong Tian. It was not until today that Yang Kai had some suspicions. If it had been the Great Demon God who had fought with the Flowing Time Great Emperor back then, it might have made sense. However, judging from the current results, the Flowing Time Great Emperor had perished after that battle, and the Great Demon God had most likely not come to a good end either. Otherwise, there would not have been no news of him for so many years. As his mind raced, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. A moment later, Yang Kai was startled again and carefully examined his memories. Although he had been staying in the ancient battlefield for more than 10 days and his mind had been immersed in it, he had not paid much attention to the situation of his body. However, his body was a strange existence and had its own memory. Just because he did not pay attention to it did not mean he could not detect it afterwards. Ordinary people had this ability, not to mention Yang Kai who had cultivated it. Just now, his mind was in turmoil and he had not noticed anything, but now he inadvertently discovered something interesting. His soul avatar had spent more than 10 years in the ancient battlefield, but his body had only spent half an hour in the outside world. In other words, the flow of time in the ancient battlefield was many times faster than normal. Yang Kai had experienced this kind of thing. Even if it was just a casual attack, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, the two humans did not die, which made her somewhat intolerable. Under normal circumstances, she would not bother to attack these two ants again. However, she saw that the divine palace was extraordinary, so she was determined to destroy this inexplicable palace. As for the life and death of the people hiding in it, how could she care about them? If Fuyu only had time to display 50% of her strength with the first arrow, then the second arrow was at least 80%. Otherwise, she was not sure that she could destroy the temple. When the arrow was shot, only the brilliance of this arrow was left in the world. All the movements on the battlefield were overshadowed by this arrow. Hyoji, who was in charge of the army, looked at this scene helplessly. His eyes were about to split open, but there was nothing he could do. He was not strong enough, so how could he save people from the demon saint? He did not know how to explain this to Yang Kai and Dragon Island. Yang Shui was Yang Kai's younger sister. If she died here, Yang Kai would definitely be angry. This was not the most important thing. Yang Xiao was the son of the two great elders of the dragon race. If he really died here, wouldn't the great elder and the second elder go crazy? Now, the entire star boundary was relying on these two to stabilize the situation. If they lost their minds, the entire star boundary would be in danger. The divine temple was flipped over, and the arrow quickly flew over. It would not take a moment for it to reach the front. Just as the arrow was about to hit the divine temple, a pale golden light suddenly flew out from the divine temple. The light was formed from tiny grains of sand. It danced lightly and wrapped around the arrow. The flowing time great emperor's divine sand. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui endured the discomfort and jointly urged the power of the endless hourglass. The flowing time great emperor's divine sand stored in the hourglass shot out. The principle of time spread out, and the whole world seemed to freeze at this moment. The principles of time eroded the arrow, and the flowing time great emperor slowed down the arrow and weakened its power. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Although they urged the power of the endless hourglass, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were still not strong enough. Being able to delay the attack of a demon saint for a moment was already an extraordinary achievement. Not to mention, under the erosion of the principles of time, the arrow's power was greatly reduced. But it was still not something the two of them could contend against. Little ant. Yang Xiao turned his head and looked at Yang Shui in front of him, a smile appearing on his pale face. He was about to die, but he had no regrets being able to be with his family before death. Yang Shui also glanced at him and smiled gently. On the jade platform of the divine temple, the two of them clenched their hands tightly. Between life and death, there was great fear, but the two of them looked as calm as water. All of a sudden, a withered hand emerged from the void and grabbed the ambolite. Wang. The feather arrow was like a spirit snake, constantly struggling in the big hand, but it was unable to break free from the big hand's restraint. The big hand suddenly clenched, and the feather arrow shattered, turning into multicolored light that dissipated into the world. When the large hand grabbed the arrow, countless pairs of eyes in the sky and on the ground focused on the large hand. Fuyu frowned and revealed a look of disgust. Only when the arrow was shattered did a figure appear in everyone's field of vision. The figure was not very tall and looked like a normal person, but standing there he was indomitable enough for everyone to raise their heads and look up. Yao Si let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally made it. Thank goodness. Father! Yang Xiao was overjoyed. Zhu Yan did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Well done." When he received Hyoji's message, he immediately rushed over through the space spirit bead, just in time to see Fuyu shoot the second arrow. His scalp immediately went numb, and the calmness that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years almost collapsed in that instant. It was all because he could not stop that arrow in time. Fortunately, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui activated the endless hourglass and bought him an instant of time. This instant was the difference between life and death. Facing the demon saint, he did not lose his fighting spirit and instead tried his best to survive. This was not something that just anyone could do. Yang Xiao had the qualifications to make Zhu Yan proud. You dare to hurt my son, die. Another figure appeared right after Zhu Yan. Who else could it be but Fu Dun? When she appeared, she pounced at Fu Yu without any explanation. Her dragon eyes were filled with killing intent, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. The temperature of the entire world plummeted. Dragons had reverse scales, and to Fu Dun, Yang Xiao was her reverse scale. She would fight to the death with anyone who dared to hurt her Lin Er. Icy laws lingered around her as Fu Dun transformed into a crystal dragon. Dragons might fill the air as she spat out a dragon breath at Fu Yu. Beside Fu Yu, Huobo and Xue Li strangely appeared. Seeing the icy aura coming at them, Huobo let out a strange laugh. His round and short body, which was like a round ball, rushed into the sky with an indescribable agility and rushed towards the icy aura. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a huge ball of fire exploded in the sky as Fu Dun's attack failed. With a dragon roar, Zhu Yan also transformed into his dragon true form and fought alongside Fu Dun against the three demon saint of the demon race. They fought all the way to the clouds and soon disappeared. Inside the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already at the end of their rope. They did not even have the strength to stand. Qiongqi broke away from his opponent and arrived at the temple in a flash. He hurriedly checked the two's injuries and found that they had only used up too much energy and did not leave behind any hidden injuries. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. With his departure, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed subtly. The slight advantage that Star Realm originally had was gradually wiped out. The demon race organized a counterattack and slowly pushed Star Realm's army back. Hyoji smashed his fist hatefully and gave the order to retreat. The purpose of this battle was to destroy the demon tower, but now that they had failed, there was no point in continuing to fight. It would only add to the casualties. Moreover, after fighting for so many days, the soldiers of the various corps could not bear it anymore and could only quit while they were ahead. Chapter 37-22. Inside the demon territory, the continents disappeared one after another, and the third territory of the sealed world bead was gradually approaching perfection. Yang Kai was cultivating inside the ancient battlefield and had lost all sense of time, only knowing that he was growing stronger every once in a while. When only half of the ancient battlefield remained, which covered an area of several 100,000 kilometers, Yang Kai experienced some unexpected changes. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently sensed the changes in his body. He then asked Boya about the situation outside and learned that it would take at least a few more days for a certain continent to be completely devoured. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai strode forward. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and opened his mind. As always, the two forces that filled the ancient battlefield immediately seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into his body. Using his body as a medium and as a battlefield, these two forces clashed with each other, continuing the shocking war from ancient times. It seemed that a victor and loser were about to be decided. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that this time was a little different from before, as if there was something more, but when he carefully examined himself, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering if he was just being paranoid. But just as he was thinking so, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. One was tall and indomitable, while the other was small, not even 1/10,000th the size of the tall figure. However, this small figure was obviously fighting with the tall giant, and their battle was in full swing, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he almost broke away from that mysterious feeling. But soon, he stabilized his mind and carefully examined himself, discovering that these two figures gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. These two figures were not visible to the naked eye, but through his divine sense, but for some reason, whether it was the giant figure or the small one, Yang Kai felt like he couldn't see through them. Whether it was their faces or their figures, they were all blurry and indistinct. Yang Kai only knew that they were fighting, but he didn't know what kind of shocking methods they were using. Suddenly, he felt a little anxious. This ancient battlefield was the place where the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and a powerhouse of the demon race fought. Now that he was meditating, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. No matter how stupid Yang Kai was, he could guess who these two figures were. Those were the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and a powerhouse suspected to be the great demon god. Yang Kai absorbed the remnant true intent of their martial Daos. His consciousness traversed through time and space, witnessing the battle of that day once more. If he could observe it carefully, he would definitely reap great benefits. But now, Yang Kai could only see two vague figures. Not to mention what they had done. He couldn't even see their faces clearly. How could he observe anything? It would have been fine if he didn't know. But the key point was that he had already guessed it but couldn't pry into it. Yang Kai was really anxious. With a quick thought, he hadn't seen such a scene in the past. Presumably, he'd always been comprehending here during this period of time, and he'd faintly grasped the essence of the martial Tao true insights of these two experts, causing him to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter today. Since that was the case, as long as he continued to cultivate, there would be a time when he could see it clearly. With this thought, Yang Kai concentrated, no longer paying attention to the two fighting figures. He became more attentive to his comprehension. In ancient times, the demon territory was a whole, but after the flowing time Great Emperor fought with the suspected Great Emperor, it was shattered into countless pieces and scattered throughout the void. The two masters turned a deaf ear to this, and there was nothing else in their eyes, only each other, fighting desperately for a reason unknown to the world. Time and space reversed, and the final collision came as scheduled. It was still the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The Great Emperor's palm slammed down, and the huge figure suddenly stagnated, raised its head, and let out a silent roar as cracks appeared on its indomitable figure. Yang Kai's heart tightened, and he secretly cheered up. Such a scene showed that the final result of the battle that day was the flowing time Great Emperor's victory. Although the Great Emperor died from his injuries in the end, at least he returned to the star boundary and was buried in his hometown. Just as Yang Kai was secretly happy for the Great Emperors, he suddenly saw two rays of light in the eyes of the huge figure. All this time, Yang Kai had been unable to see what the two masters looked like, and their faces were even more chaotic, as if they were covered with a veil. Until now, the huge figure opened its eyes, and two rays of light shot out, one gold and one black. The golden one had a golden vertical pupil and was full of majesty. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. It was as if even one's soul would submit under this majesty. As for the black one, it was as black as a pearl. It did not have a pupil. It was as if it was an endless darkness that wanted to pull people in and sink them into eternal oblivion. Yang Kai was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 37:23. The last trace of power in the ancient battlefield had completely disappeared, but Yang Kai was still sitting in place, unable to recover his senses, his mind filled with the last two eyes he saw. One gold, one black. The golden pupil was awe-inspiring, while the black eye was unfathomable. If it were an ordinary person who saw this pair of eyes, they would only marvel at how magical and powerful they were. But Yang Kai was completely shocked. It was because the golden and black eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. Weren't those the demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory? Even though it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai was confident he was not mistaken. Those were definitely his own demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory. It was precisely because he also had them that he felt so familiar and recognized them at a glance. But how could these eyes appear on a master suspected to be the great demon god? Ever since he started cultivating, his eyes had brought him a lot of benefits. Countless times, they had saved him from the brink of death and allowed him to turn defeat into victory. Among them, the demon eye of annihilation was obtained in Tongxian realm, where there was once a great demon god. The demon eye of annihilation was a relic left behind by that great demon god. However, the great demon god on Tongxian realm was not very strong, so even though Yang Kai later learned about the existence of the great demon god in the demon territory in the star boundary, he did not associate the two together. After all, the gap between them was too big. But now, it seemed that there really was some kind of relationship between the two, if the opponent of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was really the great demon god. Thinking about it carefully, although the great demon god on Tongxian realm was known as a demon, his life's deeds were truly admirable. The great demon god had laid down a shocking spirit array on Tongxian realm at the cost of his own life, concealing the entire Tongxian realm in the vast star field, so as to prevent this martial Dao-level world from being discovered and invaded by other masters. It could even be said that the reason Tongxian realm was able to survive until now and not be enslaved by the masters of the star territory was all because of the great demon god. Yang Kai found it hard to associate such a world-shaking figure with the great demon god of the demon territory. As for the black pupil purgatory, it was something that Yang Kai had obtained from the ancient devil seal outside of Maplewood City. In ancient times, there was a Cyclops giant demon that ran amok in the world, causing countless lives to be plunged into misery and suffering. The almighty experts of ancient times joined forces to exterminate it. Although the giant demon's body was destroyed, its eye was left behind. No matter what method they used, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only think of a way to seal it. The location of the seal was outside of Maplewood City in the Southern Territory. Later, the seal loosened, and the ancient demonic chi leaked out, and Maplewood City almost fell. Yang Kai and the other 6 formed the 7 Points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and went out of the city to repair the seal. In the end, the demonic chi poured into his body and he obtained the black pupil. Yang Kai still remembered that this matter caused quite a commotion at the time and even alarmed the Star Soul Palace. Later, Gao Shueting, Xiao Yuyang, and Chen Wenhao came to investigate, and he transformed into the demon race and fought with the 3 of them. At that time, he was only in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, while Gao Shueting and the other 2 were already 1st Order Emperors. The weak against the strong, 1 against 3, and he still managed to escape unscathed. It was obvious how powerful the Black Pupil Purgatory was. Chapter 37:25. That woman's strength suddenly increased greatly, so she naturally gained the upper hand in the battle, but that guy wasn't a pushover either. In a battle to the death, both sides suffered heavy losses. Mo Sheng's tone was flat, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. Both sides were wary of each other, so naturally they temporarily stopped fighting and focused on healing their own injuries. However, once one's cultivation reaches this level, it is not easy to get injured, and once one is injured, how difficult would it be to recover? It is necessary to devour the auspicious spirit of a great world, so that guy came to this world. While speaking, Mo Sheng waved his hand. Yang Kai's expression changed. So the great demon god was not a resident of the demon territory, but an uninvited guest from the outside? The reason he came to the demon territory was to heal his injuries and devour the so-called auspicious spirit of the demon territory. What exactly was this auspicious spirit? Yang Kai didn't understand, but he knew that it had a healing effect on the great demon god's injuries. Mo Sheng smiled faintly and looked at Yang Kai. Did you know? This world was originally not called the demon territory, but had another name, the unmatched realm. It was only later that it became the demon territory, and the creatures that ruled this unmatched realm were the same as your star boundary, humans. Yang Kai was surprised. Really? If that was the case, then what was the current demon race all about? Emotion disdained to explain anything and continued. All creatures in the world belong to one of the four main categories: human, demon, and spirit. As long as one has a mind of their own, they can be classified into one of these four categories. Most of the 3,000 worlds were ruled by these four categories. This unmatched realm was ruled by the human race, but with the arrival of that guy, it changed. That guy healed in this world, devouring the world's auspicious spirit, and under his influence, the creatures of this world were gradually infected with demonic chi. Over the years, they became the demon race, and even the world's principles underwent subtle changes. Yang Kai was stunned. Never would he have thought that the demon race in the demon territory was originally the human race, but because of the influence of the great demon god, they had changed. After several tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the unmatched realm had undergone earth-shaking changes, and that guy's injuries had been suppressed. If he had another 10,000 to 20,000 years, he might have been able to fully recover naturally. He would have been able to come out of seclusion and find that woman to fight again. Speaking up to here, Mo Sheng's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy expression. Just at this time, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and without a single word, a fight broke out. Although that guy's injuries had healed quite a bit, he still hadn't fully recovered. The strength of the person who came was also not bad, and after a great battle, the unmatched realm collapsed, and that guy's body was also smashed to smithereens. Mo Sheng shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't mention any names, how could Yang Kai not know that this uninvited guest was referring to the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors? The collapse of the demon territory was just as he had guessed, directly related to that great battle. What happened after that? Yang Kai asked. He had to admit that although this story was simple and straightforward to the extreme, it had already affected his state of mind, causing him to be impatient to know what happened after that. Although his physical body was smashed, his soul remained intact. Although it was a bit miserable, there was still a possibility of recovery. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, an indomitable giant appeared between the heavens and earth. Its eyes were fierce and ferocious, but its face was a blur. Whether it was the giant dragon or the giant, they were all manifestations of this world's world force. It was only because Yang Kai and Mo Sheng pushed them to the extreme that they appeared in such a form. Yang Kai hid inside the dragon's head, while Mo Sheng stood between the giant's chest and abdomen. The two behemoths quickly approached each other, and in an instant, the world seemed to shatter. Rumbling sounds rolled through the world like muffled thunder. The demons who were still living in this world all felt their chests tighten. Their blood and chi surged, and they felt like doomsday was coming. Collision after collision, no one could do anything to the other. They were both masters of this world, so the world force they could mobilize was naturally the same. In this kind of battle, there was no way to determine a winner unless one of them exposed a flaw. But whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Sheng, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Yang Kai roared, Mo Sheng, if you continue fighting, I'm afraid this world will collapse. Since you are the great demon god, don't you care? On the giant's chest, Mo Sheng smiled indifferently. What does the survival of this world have to do with me? To him, the existence of the demon race's territory was only necessary for him to recover from his injuries. Many years ago, the aura spiritual energy in the demon race's territory had been completely devoured by him. Although the unmatched realm had become the demon race's territory because of this, and the humans living in it had also turned into the demon race, it was more or less related to him, but what did it have to do with him? What he cared about now was the star boundary. That world still had the aura spiritual energy he needed. Letting out a long sigh, the giant dragon dodged the giant dragon's punch and retreated, retreating 1,000 miles in an instant. A thunderous voice rang out, Don't make a meaningless fight. I don't want to kill you now. There were many things he wanted to ask Emoshang, such as who the woman who injured him was. Of course, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was what kind of scenery was outside of this world. Even the great emperors might not know much about this kind of thing, and the only one who knew about it the best was Emoshang. It would be a pity to kill such a character. However, when Emoshang heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and the always indifferent Emoshang couldn't help showing a knowing smile. Kill me? You're so confident. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing. Chapter 37:27. However, this Emoshang was able to mobilize the world force of the third territory of the mysterious small world. So Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease leaving him alive, so he had no choice but to eliminate him completely. As for the scenery outside the world force, Yang Kai looked up, hoping that one day he would be able to witness it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that there were still countless demon race living in the third territory of the mysterious small world. Among these demon race, was there another great demon god clone? Just now, Yang Kai had asked Emoshang how many clones he had, but Emoshang simply smiled and didn't answer. Not answering was also an answer. Great demon god definitely had more clones than Emoshang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Learning a lesson from his predecessor, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in investigating all the places where the demon race gathered in the third territory, looking for clues. Yang Kai's invisible divine sense immediately swept through every inch of the third territory, and at that moment, the countless demon race living in the third territory all felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them. These were the eyes of the heavens and earth, and under the gaze of these eyes, no secret could be hidden. After half an hour, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and frowned slightly. Although he had carefully combed through his surroundings and hadn't found any suspicious demon race, considering the existence of Emoshang, he wasn't sure if there was another great demon god clone in this mysterious small world. Over the years, Emoshang had hidden himself perfectly. Yang Kai had paid attention to him more than once, but he had only felt that there was something wrong with him. As for what exactly was wrong, Yang Kai had never been able to tell, let alone that he was great demon god's clone. If there were other clones in this mysterious small world, they would also be able to hide themselves perfectly like Emoshang. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai realized that this mysterious small world was still his mysterious small world, so even if there were other clones here, as long as he had complete control of the first territory, great demon god's clone wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If he didn't expose himself, Yang Kai could still kill him. Yang Kai relaxed a little, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed something strange outside. With a flash, Yang Kai left the small sealed world bead and arrived in front of Raleigh. Boya, who was beside him, had a pale look on her pretty face as she stared blankly ahead, calling out Yang Kai's name over and over again for an unknown amount of time. However, Yang Kai had been busy fighting with Emoshang and had no time to divert his attention. Naturally, he didn't hear it. After dealing with Emoshang, he focused on searching the third territory and only noticed it when everything was over. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, Boya immediately said, "What took you so long? If you hadn't come out, we would have been finished." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you panicking? Look for yourself." Boya pointed in all directions. Yang Kai looked over with rapt attention, and he couldn't help but frown. The surrounding space seemed to have transformed into the stomach of an enormous monster, and it was actually wriggling and collapsing. Chaos gradually arose, and turbulence filled the surrounding space, causing one to feel an extremely great sense of danger. The void crevice. The scene in front of Boya was like doomsday, but Yang Kai couldn't be more familiar with it. This was clearly the void crevice. When did this change happen? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Half a day ago," Boya hurriedly replied. Not long after the big fish swallowed the last piece of land, this happened. At first, it wasn't very serious, but now, you can see it for yourself. Before this, they had not expanded, so there was still some distance between them, but after a few years of expansion, they had already reached the edge of the Star Soul Palace. If it was a normal place, giving up on it would have been fine, but the Star Soul Palace was the symbol of the Southern Territory. When the Bright Moon Great Emperors were still alive, they had protected the Southern Territory for many years. Now that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had passed away, how could the astral boundary ignore it? In public terms, everything the demon race did had to be stopped, but in private terms, the Bright Moon Great Emperors had died in the demon territory for the sake of the entire astral boundary, so it could be said that the astral boundary was indebted to them. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. The 14 legions stationed in the Southern Territory had already gathered at the Star Soul Palace to discuss countermeasures. But what could they possibly come up with? The demon race was about to attack, so the only thing everyone could do was to defend to the death. A great battle was about to break out. When the demon land expanded to the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array, the demon race army that had long since been prepared rushed out from the depths of the demon land. At the forefront of the army was a group of bright red, short, and round red devils. These red devils had low intelligence and were the weakest existences among the 100 clans in the demon territory. They had always been cannon fodder, and this time was no exception. Hundreds of thousands of red devils howled as they launched a suicidal attack on the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array had been accumulating for many years, and it occupied the best spirit vein in the Southern Territory, so it was naturally extraordinary. Even the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was much inferior compared to it. But under the constant self-destruction of the hundreds of thousands of red devils, the sect-protecting array could only hold on for less than a day before crumbling. Immediately after the Red Devils, a large number of the demon race army rushed forward and attacked the sect-protecting array. Naturally, the Star World army in Star Soul Palace would not sit back and watch. Using their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the demon race until they were in a complete mess. As the number of demon race casualties increased, the demonic chi between heaven and earth became more and more intense. The pitch-black aura seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly climbed up the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. The originally colorful glass-like sect protecting array was gradually dyed black, giving off an ominous feeling. After 3 days, when the sect protecting array's light curtain completely turned black, it collapsed with a loud bang. The demon race army charged forward like a pack of wolves and tigers, stepping into the pure land that symbolized the pinnacle of martial arts in the Southern Territory. Of course, this was not the only sect protecting array in Star Soul Palace. Under the control of the many elders of Star Soul Palace and the current Palace Master Lansun, the sect protecting arrays in all the peaks were activated and cut the demon race army apart. The Star World Army, who had been ready for battle, instantly engaged in a bloody battle with the enemy. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed in Star Soul Palace, and mountains of corpses piled up. The demonic chi of the dead demon race escaped from their bodies and permeated everything around them, tainting the earth with demonic chi. If it was just a simple battle between two armies, the Star World Army might not necessarily be their opponent.